business. The debate on this motion was concluded, and the business remaining is for the question to be put. The motion was moved by the Honorable Member for Nyeri Town, Honorable Ngunjiri Wambogo. But aware that the coronavirus pandemic was declared by the World Health Organization to be a public health emergency of international concern, deeply concerned on the serious threat posed to the health and socio-economic lives of Kenyans by the continued spread of the pandemic, appreciating that both the national and county government have put in place some targeted interventions to respond and manage the COVID-19 pandemic through, among others, enhanced medical and public health actions, mitigating socio-economic shock arising from the impact of the pandemic, creation of a national emergency response fund to foster the national response to the pandemic, and formation of a national emergency response committee on coronavirus, which is tasked with, among others, the coordinating of Kenya's preparedness, prevention, and response to the threat of COVID-19, and develop mitigation strategies with regard to the disease. Now, therefore, this House resolves to acknowledge and appreciate individuals and corporate entities, development partners, and multinational institutions for local and international technical, financial, and human assistance efforts and support in response to the pandemic. Also, the House resolves to establish an ad hoc committee to be known as the Committee on the COVID-19 Prevention, Response, and Management, whose mandate has been outlined, and this mandate was debated by the members. Among those whose names have been proposed include the Honorable Member Ngunjiri Wambogo, Honorable Member Amos Kimunya, Honorable Member Makali Mulu, Honorable Member Yusuf Hassan, Alice Wahome, Florence Mutua, Peris Tobiko, among others. If you're just joining us, the business of the National Assembly is about to begin. And now I will hand you over for this live broadcast, courtesy of the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. My name is Edward Kabasa. Enjoy this viewing.
Let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with abundant favor as your servants whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters as they come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests were committed to our church. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honourable members, as members are being shown their respective seats, we can do some of the preliminaries. Start with this communication regarding changes in House leadership of the Jubilee Party. Honourable members, standing order number 2 provides for and defines the majority whip as a member designated as the majority whip by the leader of the majority party. The same standing order further provides that a party whip is a member designated by a parliamentary party as its party whip for purposes of transaction of business in the House and includes both the majority whip and the minority whip. Honourable members, I wish to inform the House that I have received a letter from the leader of the majority party communicating that the Jubilee Parliamentary Group at its meeting held on June 2nd, 2020, designated the following members to offices of the Majority Chief Whip and Deputy Chief Whip, respectively. 1. The Honourable Emmanuel Wangwe, MP, member for Nafagolo constituency, as the Majority Chief Whip. 2. The Honourable Maoka Maore, CBS MP, member for Igembe North constituency, as Deputy Majority Chief Whip. Honourable members, the same changes take effect from June 2nd, 2020, being the date the same letter together with minutes of the said Jubilee Parliamentary Group meeting were received in my office. In addition, the changes affect all other offices and committee memberships designated for the majority whip, including the House Business Committee. I take this opportunity to congratulate the 2 members for their appointment to their respective offices and wish them well. I also wish to thank the outgoing office bearers for diligently carrying out their work as majority and deputy majority chief whips, and wish them well as they discharge their other duties as members of parliament. Honourable members, the affected members and the House are accordingly advised. I thank you. Honourable Junet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, first I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the new office bearers that you have just announced, communicated, Mr. Speaker, officially. But secondly, Mr. Speaker, even on the NASA coalition side, there were changes, and by now we should have been communicated to you. But the minority leader today was held up in the budget committee meeting since morning, Mr. Speaker. So we have changed also our deputy whip, Mr. Speaker. We had a parliamentary group meeting on 28th of May 2020. So we had resolved that we are going to have a new whip in the name of Dr. Iseli Simiyu, but it has not been officially communicated to you, Mr. Speaker, because of the absence of who has just arrived now, the minority leader, was to sign the letter today, Mr. Speaker, that was to come to your office. So I'm requesting the Osted deputy minority leader, who's just sitting behind me, should not continue masquerading as a deputy minority leader, Mr. Speaker. He is just, on no man's land. He is neither here nor there. So let him not speak here as deputy minority leader, Mr. Speaker, just because you have not officially communicated, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And he should start collecting his items from the office as soon as possible, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Wamalwa, you want to say something?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, this matter happened, and I tweeted, and I accepted, Mr. Speaker. There's no one who can hold a position forever, including Honorable Junet. And today you are seated here, it's free sitting, you sign in, and I was allocated a seat. You know the problem of being a psychopath, Mr. Speaker, at times, you end up saying things which talk so much about what is between your ears, Mr. Speaker. So as you know, Honorable Junet likes making fun, but I forgive him for that because he knows he's sycophantic, that's why he's having that position. But the truth of the matter, Mr. Speaker, we know leadership comes from God. And you can be only in a position for a time. You can't be in a position forever. And Mr. Speaker, one door closes, a better one opens, Mr. Speaker. Right now, as I speak right now, Mr. Speaker, I'm focused to be the next governor of Trans Nzoia County. Not through sycophants, Mr. Speaker. So as I'm here today, this seat here is not designed. The only two positions which are designed here is the majority whip or majority leader and majority whip. So when I came in, it's on first come, first serve. Mr. Speaker, ignorance is not defense. And as we move forward as colleagues, Mr. Speaker, I'll be legislating my work as the Member of Parliament for Community, Mr. Speaker. And I congratulate His Excellency the President, and will be here to support him for the benefit of this country, Mr. Speaker. But I also appreciate, I was more worried of Duale, Mr. Speaker, but I want to congratulate because Duale still remained our leader here. And we know the work Duale has done in this house, Mr. Speaker, with Honorable Mbadi. These are the two leaders who are always in the house. Not like Junet who comes for comic, then he goes back. So we are here to give power and to strengthen our people what they've done. He's here for a few minutes, 2 minutes he'll be going out. He's here more of a comedian than a legislator. I thank you and you should respect others. I'm not masquerading. This is a position I was given, and because I was among the first people who signed in, that's why I was allocated. He needs to know that, Mr. Speaker. Time will come, he'll go back to Mandera where he comes from. No, you should respect people.
Honorable Junet, what do you say in response?
Mr. Speaker, I know the Honorable Member was giving his condolences message because I know when you lose a seat, I know how bitter you feel, Mr. Speaker. But he should do it within the confines of the standing orders, Mr. Speaker. When he goes personal now, and he knows I come from Migori, and he says he will go back to Mandera, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I accept that he has given his condolence message, but Mr. Speaker, he has to know that he was removed by the NASA coalition, not by Junet Mohammed. He should not direct his anger on me, Mr. Speaker. We had a PG that was attended by 118 members of the NASA coalition, Mr. Speaker. And one of the issues that was raised, Mr. Speaker, is gross incompetence, Mr. Speaker. And I know he's my deputy. He is not very good in doing his job, Mr. Speaker, and that can be confirmed even by the Speaker. He knows, having served under you for 8 years, Mr. Speaker, as a Member of Parliament. Gross incompetence, Mr. Speaker, and characters that cannot be associated with these extraordinary characters that cannot be allowed in this house, Mr. Speaker, and you know what I mean. So, Mr. Speaker, let him accept it, and now he's even gone further outside the house. He has become a fake Secretary General of Ford Kenya now, Mr. Speaker. So he's a man who has done many bad things, Mr. Speaker. Please remove your items. He said Simu is coming tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now you don't turn the house into a party PG.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For information, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minority Leader has no office. You are aware, and me and Honorable Cecil Mbarire, we never had offices. And as Parliamentary Service Commission, you've been looking around to allocate us offices. We've been operating from our offices of our respective constituencies. It's unfortunate that the minority whip didn't know, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I said many things happened on this floor of the House, which he doesn't know. I don't have an office, and you are aware. The only offices that are located are the minority and minority leaders and the whips. As deputies, we don't have offices. So I have nowhere to start parking, Mr. Speaker. It was for good information for you to get to know. As I said, he doesn't know how the things are moving on. Mr. Speaker, as I speak on matters of Fort Kenya, the political parties registrar will work on that. As we speak, I'm the interim Secretary General of the party called Fort Kenya. No. And if at all it will be communicated otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I respect the rule of law. It's not a must I continue being Secretary General or going to be continue being the Deputy Whip. Whatever the communication that comes out, Mr. Speaker, I'll respect. The way I respected when I was removed from the Deputy Whip, that because of my association with the Deputy President, William Ruto. William Ruto is an office, Mr. Speaker, Deputy President. And I associated with him particularly on matters of the church. I'm the chair of Catholic members of parliament. I was not removed of incompetence, Mr. Speaker. I've been rated as one of the best legislators in this house, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to legislation. Where the whip cannot match a half. I have never brought any bill on this floor of the house. And you're aware about it, Mr. Speaker. He only comes here as a comedian, then he goes out. In the next 5 minutes, he'll not be here. If we table the number of bills I've brought on this floor of the house, which have been ascended by His Excellency the President, he has never brought any bill on this floor of the house, apart from comic relief to the legislators, Mr. Speaker. We need to respect each other. We have freedom of association. And I'm ready. I left the house. If I was to be removed because of my association with the Deputy President, so be it, Mr. Speaker. The Deputy President, it is an office, the second highest in the land, Mr. Speaker. And on matters of the church, we were together in Harambes for the ACK Church, the Catholic Church, the AIC. So if my association to do with the Deputy President was a problem, I've accepted and I moved on, Mr. Speaker. That's why in my tweet, I congratulated and I want to thank the NASA leadership for them to have given me this position. I've served this in the second term. I served in the last term, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate. I've also served in the second term, Mr. Speaker. Time comes and you go. As Mr. Speaker, if you are aware, those of us who have read about Shakespeare, Shakespeare says, Mr. Speaker, that all of us here on the stage, we are like players, Mr. Speaker. Then your time comes, you'll eventually exit. I've exited, Mr. Speaker. Junaid Mohammed will never have this position forever. Even him, his time will come and go. And I've accepted what is there is to praise Almighty God as I move forward to focus on my future endeavors. And I'll continue supporting His Excellency the President in all the endeavors for the purpose and the unity of this country, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Now, I can see some other members who want to weigh on this, surely. I think this is my role is merely to communicate. If you look at the standing orders, my role is merely to communicate. So I think we should do it. It is true that I have received the minutes, but the forwarding letter is not signed by the leader of the minority party. Yes, I've received even the minutes and everything, but they were not signed by the Honorable John Bandy. That's the only reason why I have not made the communication. I think the information by the Honorable Junaid was gratis. No, I'm aware. I was with you in house business earlier in the morning, and I know you went for budget, Honorable John Bandy.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, you know, this is a decision that was taken by PG, and now that it has been publicly mentioned that I'm the one who has not signed, it may be misunderstood that I'm trying to protect Chris Wamala to remain in the office. And you know the repercussion of that, Mr. Speaker. And I'm a very loyal and faithful servant to my party and my party leader. I just want to say that I've been a bit engaged in budgetary matters and issues of house business. But immediately after this, that letter will be with you before 5 p.m. And so you will make the communication. I know Honorable Chris Wamalwa doesn't have an office, but he has a car, official car. I would wish you stop using it from today. And well, I know Chris is a good friend of mine, and we are going to be in the Council of Governors together. I may need his vote for chair of Council of Governors. But on this matter, it was actually not your association with someone which made you be removed. It's what you said in those meetings, those church arambles, that is causing you all these problems. I wish you just spoke without mentioning a few things that you said, which annoyed the membership of NASA in the National Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, I have yet another communication, none of members, apart from the one by Honorable Barire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me just, really take this opportunity to thank the President for having given me a chance to serve in this House as a Deputy Majority Leader, and thank especially so the Leader of Majority, Honorable Dwale, for having given me a chance to serve and serve very well together. I learned so much from him. And I'm glad that he continues to be the majority leader because I think he's able, has what it takes, and stand firm and work for this government because that is the most important thing. But also really take this opportunity to thank the members, especially on the Jubilee side, the majority side, who I would weep even when they're having a cup of tea and they're accepted to come out and vote for government. Let me also thank Honorable Chris Wamalwa and tell him, please don't worry, stay firm. There's no politician who gets to the top the easy way. Setbacks will come and they make you stronger. They make you more focused. You now have time to do a lot of your work that you may not have been able to do. But I'm thanking him because when we needed to weep, he never told me that is a government issue. Go and do it. We wept together. So, Chris, you're not incompetent. You did a good job from where I sit. Never doubt yourself. Don't let anybody bring you down. Stay strong. And to all members, let's continue to support the agenda of the Jubilee government. It is not a personal agenda. It's an agenda for the people of this country. So I'll continue to support it even from where I sit. And I thank you all that really respected me as a leader. We don't have any offices. Myself and Chris, the offices we've been sitting in are offices granted to us as members of parliament, so Jeanette, don't worry about that. For the cars, you can take them, it's okay. I have had a GK car many years before you, and one day it went, so that's life, and it never stops you from going on. So we are good, we stay strong, steadfast, and completely committed to the agenda of Jubilee government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I see an intervention from the member for Keyo South. Honorable Rono.
Honorable Speaker, I'm not sure whether to call this an intervention or whatever, but I wanted to find out from your where you sit, Honorable Speaker, whether it is now wrong and breaking the law by associating with the deputy president. Because from where I sit, I realize that those victims that have been actually been removed from their seats have since been hunted out as a result of their association with the deputy president. If it is actually if that office has been dehumanized or it's evil to associate with him, then this House should make a pronouncement on that matter. Because I see my good friend, Honorable Amalwa, being a member of NASA, has equally suffered the fate that others have suffered. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, unfortunately, you said I give a ruling from where I sit. I am, Honorable Rono, if I were to use the ones used on 4th of January 1642 by Speaker Lentho, James Lentho, obviously it's to say, even there I would have no eyes to see, in fact, no ears to hear, and certainly no tongue to speak. I only speak that which I hear from this House whose servant I am. So those others I'm unlikely to provide any views. Honour members, that was merely a communication on those changes. Is the member making their way in, please, if you could do it quickly? Honour members, I have yet another communication. Honour members, you will recall that during the morning sitting of the House on Wednesday, 6th May 2020, the leader of the majority party rose on a point of order before the motion for the consideration of the mediated versions of the County Government's Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2017, and the County Government's Amendment Bill number 2, Senate Bill number 7 of 2017. Before it was moved, seeking the direction of the Speaker on whether it was appropriate for the House to proceed with the consideration of the mediated versions of the two bills. In his view, the manner in which the Senate approved the two bills contravened the provisions of Article 123 of the Constitution regarding the decisions of the Senate. To buttress his point, the leader of the majority party tabled a copy of the Hansen report of the Senate proceedings for the afternoon of Tuesday, 21st April 2020, and alluded to a portion of the proceedings where the Senate approved the mediated versions of the two bills through a procedure that he referred to as proxy voting. It was therefore his contention that the procedure adopted by the Senate violated the Constitution, and as such, the House ought not to proceed and endorse such action by approving the mediated versions of the two bills. Honour members, the point raised by the leader of the majority party elicited divergent views from members, including the leader of the minority party whip, and the deputy minority party whip, and the Honourable Peter Kaluma, the Honourable Amos Kimunya, and the Honourable Daniel Tutoek. The main issue arising from the point of orders and the ensuing debate was twofold. One, whether the House ought to interrogate the procedure applied by the Senate in its passage of a bill concerning county governments, and such bill having been referred to this House for consideration, and whether the procedure applied by the Senate in its approval of the mediated versions of any bill, and the Senate has any implication on the consideration of that version of the bill in this House. Two, what remedy would be available to this House should it be claimed that the procedure applied by the Senate to pass a bill concerning county governments, or the procedure applied to approve a mediated version of a bill, was in contravention of the Constitution. Honour members, at the outset, I wish to interrogate the provision of Standing Order number 87, subsection 5, which was alluded to during the debate on the matter and its effect on the issue raised by the leader of the majority party. The Standing Order states, and I quote, subsection 5, "It shall be out of order for a member to criticize or call to question the proceedings in the Senate or the Speaker's ruling in the Senate, but any debate may be allowed on the structures and roles of the Senate or Parliament," close the quotes. The Standing Order is replicated word for word in Standing Order number 96 of the Senate Standing Orders. This rule of procedure seeks to safeguard parliamentary proceedings and decisions of the speakers from possible indictment in either House of Parliament. Indeed, it was urged by some members of this House that the point raised by the leader of the majority party ran afoul of this Standing Order by calling into question proceedings that transpired in the Senate. Honour members, as you may recall from the order paper of that particular day, the motion on one of the bills which elicited the issues referred for my consideration read as follows, I quote, that pursuant to the provisions of Article 113, Clause 2 of the Constitution, and standing under 150, this House adopts a report of the Mediation Committee on the County Government's Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2017, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, April 22, 2020, and approves the mediated version of the County Government's Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2017, close the quotes. I put emphasis on the phrase, and approves the mediated version. At face value, honourable members, the motion appears quite straightforward. However, when considered together with the point raised by the leader of the majority party, it calls for the guidance of the Speaker on whether standing under 87 subsection 5 insulates any business arrived at through a mediation process or transmitted from the Senate from question or scrutiny on the basis of constitutionality. Honourable members, standing under number 47, subsection 3, paragraph B, obligates the Speaker to exclude a motion from being debated or to direct an appropriate amendment of the motion where the Speaker finds that the motion offends the Constitution or an Act of Parliament. For avoidance of doubt or clarity, it states as follows, I quote, Clause 3, paragraph B. If the Speaker is of opinion that any proposed motion is contrary to the Constitution or an Act of Parliament without expressly proposing appropriate amendment to the Constitution or the Act of Parliament, and C, if the Speaker may direct either that the motion is inadmissible or that notice of it cannot be given without such alteration as the Speaker may approve, or that the motion be referred to the relevant committee of the Assembly pursuant to Article 114, Clause 2 of the Constitution, close the quotes. Honourable members, as I have previously upheld, standing under 47, 3B is an extension of the requirement placed on the Speaker under Article 3 and Articles 3 and Article 10 of the Constitution to respect, uphold, and defend the Constitution. Before any business is brought before the House, it is approved by the Speaker on the basis of its constitutionality, on the face of it, among other considerations, outlined either in statute or in the standing orders. I've also previously guided the House that a question or claim of unconstitutionality of a matter before the House may be raised by a member at any stage, before, during, or immediately after consideration of business by the House, despite its initial approval. I'm therefore of the considered opinion that standing under number 47, subsection 3, paragraph B, requires the Speaker to address any constitutional issues raised with regard to any business relating to the Senate, which requires consideration by this House. Indeed, it would be irresponsible to expect the Speaker to simply fold his or her arms where his or her attention has been drawn to a matter before the House whose consideration may lead to an unconstitutional or an absurd result if it is proceeded with in an unguided manner. That said, interrogation of the concern raised has to be circumspect. It has to be limited to any constitutional issues raised or provisions of the Constitution relating to the business affected. Additionally, any interrogation of the concern raised has to be faithful to the spirit of standing order number 87, subsection 5, and refrain from impeaching the proceedings of another House of Parliament or the decision of the Speaker of the other House. Honourable members, the Constitution clearly outlines the procedure applicable to bills that are processed by both Houses, such as the County Government's Amendment Bill number 11 of 2017. The article provides, and I quote, in 1, if a bill is referred to a mediation committee under Article 112, the Speakers of both Houses shall appoint a mediation committee consisting of equal numbers of members of each House to attempt to develop a version of the bill that both Houses will pass. Clause 2, if the mediation committee agrees on a version of the bill, each House shall vote to approve or reject that version of the bill. Clause 3. If both houses approve the version of the bill proposed by the mediation committee, the Speaker of the National Assembly shall refer the bill to the President within 7 days for assent. And clause 4. If the mediation committee fails to agree on a version of the bill within 30 days, or if a version proposed by the committee is rejected by either house, the bill is defeated. Close the quote. Honourable members, may I remind the House on part of the legislative journey of these two bills thus far. The County Government's Amendment Bill number 2, Bill of 2017, number 7, Senate Bill number 7 of 2017, seeks to amend the County Government Act to provide for the completeness of the procedure for the disposal of a report of a commission of inquiry established under Article 192, Clause 2 of the Constitution regarding suspension of a county government. On the other hand, the County Government Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2017, seeks to amend the County Governments Act to clarify on commencement and sitting of a county assembly. To put and seeks to put in place a legal framework for the establishment of office. Further seeks to put in place the legal framework for the establishment of the office of a Deputy Speaker of a County Assembly. Further, to clarify on the procedure for removal of a Speaker of a County Assembly. To clarify on the recall of a member of a County Assembly. To put clarity on the powers of a governor to appoint and dismiss a member of the County Executive Committee. To put in place a mechanism for the assumption of office of governor by the Deputy Governor and the appointment of a new Deputy Governor, amongst other provisions. Upon its passage by the Senate, the County Government's Amendment Bill 2017, Senate Bill number 11, was considered by this House and passed with amendments on the 6th of March 2019, Governor, amongst other provisions. Similarly, the County Government's Amendment Bill number 2, Senate Bill number 7 of 2017 was considered by this House and passed with amendments on the 19th of March 2019. The Senate rejected the amendments passed by the National Assembly to both bills and precipitated the mediation process contemplated under Article 113 of the Constitution. It is the mediated versions of the two bills, as proposed by the two mediation committees that were subsequently formed, that are presently before this House for approval. Honourable members, this begs the question, what then is required of this House? It is my view that what is required of this House by Article 113 of the Constitution is only the approval or otherwise of the mediated version of the two bills. As such, in applying Standing Order 47, Clause 3, Paragraph B, only questions of the constitutionality or legality of an action relating to the mediation process preceding it, or the comparison of the version of the bill before the Houses may be raised. The points raised by the leader of the majority party do not question the process in which the mediation committee on the bills was established, or the manner in which or time within which the committee arrived at its mediated version of the bill, or the comparison of the versions of the bills presented to either houses. Instead, the Honourable Leader of the Majority Party called into question a voting procedure applied by the Senate in approving the mediated versions, which is a separate matter at this penultimate stage. As a matter of fact, I do agree with the members who opened that, unlike a bill which is referred from one House to the other in a sequential manner, the process of approval or otherwise of a mediated version of a bill by the two Houses is a parallel process. As such, the process does not have to start or end in any of the two Houses in a chronological manner. Actually, a mediated version of a bill may be considered by the two Houses at the same time. Indeed, provided that the version of the bill presented to both houses is the same, the completeness of the approval process of a mediated version of a bill converges at the stage of comparing the results of the parallel processes in the houses in the form of approval or rejection, in which case, unlike the case of a fresh bill, the honors of verifying how each house voted lies in that particular house. Honourable members, to the extent that Article 113, Clause 3 of the Constitution requires the Speaker of the National Assembly to refer the mediated version of a bill that has been approved by both houses to the President for assent, I appreciate the concern of the Leader of the Majority Party that the House may be enjoined in the unconstitutional passage of legislation. As members are aware, the Constitution prescribes strict requirements on quorum and voting procedures for both houses of Parliament. By allowing the two houses to prescribe standing orders for the orderly conduct of parliamentary business, the Constitution expects each house to craft procedures that respect and accord with the thresholds on voting at any stage. In this regard, and pursuant to Standing Order 87, Clause 5, I am expected to accord the procedures of the Senate the same respect that I would expect the Speaker of the Senate to accord the procedures of this House. As such, communication at the hand of the Speaker of the Senate transmitting a bill that has been passed or signifying that a mediated version of a bill has been approved by the Senate constitutes a guarantee that the procedures of the Senate and the requirements of the Constitution are being observed. In the event this House approves the mediated versions of the two bills, I will engage the Speaker of the Senate to endorse the bills before I present them to the President for assent as required by Article 110, Clause 5 of the Constitution, thereby causing the Speaker of the Senate to authenticate the propriety of the bills with regard to the decisions of the Senate. I believe this will allay the fears raised by the Leader of the Majority Party on the propriety of the procedures adopted by the Senate. This also settles the initial questions on whether the House ought to interrogate the procedure applied by the Senate in its approval of a mediated version of a bill, whether the procedure applied by the Senate has any implication on the progression of that version of the bill in the National Assembly, and what remedy would be available to the House in that case. Honourable members, as I turn to the last part of the question, I'm also constrained to address the issue of whether the point raised by the Leader of the Majority Party affects a bill passed by the Senate, which is referred to this House for consideration. The question that arises is whether the voting procedure adopted by the Senate in the passage of a bill is a material issue for discussion in light of Standing Order 87.5. The Constitution outlines strict voting thresholds with regard to the passage of bills by the Senate. Specifically, Article 123 of the Constitution provides, and I quote in Clause 2, when the Senate is to vote on any matter other than a bill, the Speaker shall rule on whether the matter affects or does not affect counties. Clause 3, when the Senate votes on a matter that does not affect counties, each senator has one vote. Clause 4, except as provided otherwise in this Constitution, in any matter in the Senate affecting counties, A, each county delegation shall have one vote to be cast on behalf of the county by the head of the county delegation, or in the absence of the head of the delegation, by another member of the delegation designated by the head of the delegation. B, the person who votes on behalf of a delegation shall determine whether or not to vote in support of or against the matter after consulting the other members of the delegation. And C, the matter is carried only if it is supported by a majority of all the delegations. Close the quotes. Honourable members, the practice in our bicameral setup is to presume that unless proven otherwise, a bill passed by one House and transmitted to the other House for consideration has been passed in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution. In the unlikely event that the proceedings in one House of Parliament leading to the passage of a bill reflect a departure from the strict requirements of the Constitution, consideration of the bill by the other House would be an exercise in futility. If the leader of the majority party had, for example, raised his point with regard to a bill transmitted from the Senate for consideration by this House, I would be duty-bound to interrogate at any stage whether his passage met the requirements of Article 123 of the Constitution if the question arose. In such instance, legislative committee would require me to formally reach out to the Speaker of the Senate to seek his verification or clarification on the issue before the bill or other business progresses to a vote. Consequently, if the clarification was to reveal a procedural failure on the part of the Senate in passing the bill or such other business, I would be under obligation to preclude the House from considering the bill until the failure by the Senate is remedied. That now settles the last questions with respect to whether the House ought to interrogate the procedure applied by the Senate in its passage of a bill concerning county governments, such as the bills having been referred to this House for considerations, and what remedy would be available to the House should it be claimed that the procedure applied by the Senate to pass a bill concerning county governments was in contravention of the Constitution. Honourable members, having said that, it should not be lost that standing down a bill referred from the other House on account of a procedural failure is an extreme action, especially where such failure may be detected and arrested beforehand. It would additionally not promote cordial relations between the two houses and the Inter-Houses Committee as expected of bicameralism. To my mind, any failure of procedure in a House of Parliament casts the entire institution of Parliament in negative light. Cognizant of the provisions of Standing Order 87.5, it therefore rests on each Speaker and the Clerk of each House to prevent any such failure in the first instance, or seek to urgently remedy it upon detection without resorting to the floor of the Houses. In this way, the procedures of each House are protected from fractious debate that is entirely unavoidable. Going forward, my office shall, as practically as possible, seek to ensure that any question on a bill touching on any of the procedure of the other House is arrested and conclusively resolved with the Speaker of the Senate prior to the transaction of any business relating to such bill. In this regard, honourable members, I thank the Leader of the Majority Party and other members for raising these issues in the House for my guidance. My considered findings, therefore, are as follows. 1, that the claims raised by the Leader of the Majority Party and the other members regarding the procedure in which the Senate may have applied to take a vote on the mediated versions of the two bills do not in any way impede on the admissibility or the consideration of the two bills by the National Assembly, since the processes in the two houses is not sequential, but a parallel process, provided that the versions of the two bills presented in both houses are the same. 2, that contrary to the claims, by proceeding to consider the mediated versions of the two bills, the National Assembly would not in any way offend the Constitution. 3, the House Business Committee may henceforth proceed to prioritize the mediated versions of the two bills, that is the County Government Amendment Bill 2017, Senate Bill number 11 of 2017, and the County Government Amendment number 2 Bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2017 for consideration by this House soonest. And finally, that should this House approve the mediated versions of either or both bills, I will engage the Speaker of the Senate to endorse the vellums in respect of each of the two bills, thereby seeking his authentication on the propriety of the bills with regard to the decisions of the Senate before I present them to the President for assent under Article 113, Clause 3 of the Constitution. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you, honourable members. Yes, Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think I really want to commend you for this communication, which is among the first of its kind, touching on a matter between the two houses. And Mr. Speaker, because a number of bills that we pass in this House have been challenged in court, now, and under Article 113 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, as you read it, 113.3 says, the Speaker, if both houses approve the version of the bill proposed by the Mediation Committee, the Speaker of the National Assembly shall refer the bill to the President within 7 days for assent. I am now very comfortable that once the felons are prepared, the Speaker of the Senate will validate on his part that in case somebody goes to court, then that matter is not a breach of the Constitution on the part of the National Assembly. So I soundly guided, and I think I really want to ask members, Mr. Speaker, that every communication that the Speaker makes, whether it is Speaker Caparo, Speaker Marende, you and many other speakers, they're supposed to be part of the rules of the House for future deliberation. And I really want to ask members, please, every time the Speaker makes such communication, it's good to have a copy and keep it, so that if such a matter happens, even in the 13th Parliament, then we can refer to it. So I think it's a very good communication, a lengthy one, and now I'm sure Honorable Badi is back. Once the two bills are presented to the House Business Committee, we will deal with it so that you can do the necessary in terms of presentation to the President for assent.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Leader of majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, June 4th, 2020, in the afternoon sitting. Number 1, the legal notice number 86 of 2020, relating to the Customs and Excise, in bracket Railway Development Levy Fund Amendment Regulations, and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury and Planning. And 2, the legal notice number 97 of 2020, relating to the crop, in bracket Trade Industry Regulations, and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, and Cooperative. And Mr. Speaker, I need some guidance on this based on the bill that is coming for third reading, whether we should deal with the bill before we deal with the regulations, because I think it's a matter that we'll discuss at the House Business. And 3, the legal notice number 99 of 2020, relating to crops, in bracket sugar, general regulations, and the memorandum from the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, and Cooperative. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the list of nominees to 17 National Government Constituency Development Fund committees from the National Government Constituency Development Fund Board for the following constituencies: Belgut, Bobasi, Bomet Central, Bumula, Dagoretti North, Galole, Game, Ijara, Isiolo North, Kandui, Kiharu, Kilifi North, Mwingi Central, Ruiru, Samburu North, Seme, and Kabondo Kasipul.
Yeah, what? I don't see any intervention. You You know, even during these COVID days, everybody like myself is always required to come with their card. I don't understand. Is it that I've never lost my card? How is it that you have lost yours? Is this the Honorable Karia? You know, from Nakuru East, you could be having trouble with your constituents. Tell them to make sure that they don't take, you know, maybe when they see the card, they get excited. That in the process of wanting to see how it looks like, then they disappear with it.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thanks for. I actually misplaced it yesterday. I was told to pay 5,000 for me to get a replacement, which I will. Honorable Speaker, in lieu of what the majority speaker has just indicated and what is tabling for purposes of the constituency development committee lists, my constituency did comply a long time ago. I wish the chair of the CDF was here. Maybe he could be able to give us guidance as to what is happening to some, because we complied a long time ago, but my constituency
is here.
Oh, okay. I will be happy if you can be able to explain to me what has happened to Nakuru Town, his constituency, in terms of approval by the.
I can see him.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Are you able to comment on what has happened to Nakuru Town East constituency?
Mr. Speaker, Nakuru Town East constituency, just like many others, are in the process of approval. Like today, we have 17 being presented. Last week, we had 41. Just before we left, we had 181. So we're in the process, Mr. Speaker.
So, the Honorable Karia, you just have to wait. Can I get an indication of the issue of supplementary? I mean, not supplementary, sorry, the estimates. The Honorable Lesonet and the Honorable Ishungwa, the Honorable Bandi. I know I was waiting for your report. So you're working on it? Yes. Anyway, we're going to have, since we're going to have some other sitting, maybe, is it being worked on? Yes. Oh, I see. So we will, I will allow that we skip that portion and go to the next order. We'll come back to it. You'll still go, at some point, we'll still go back to order number 5. So can we go to, and with respect to yourself, we'll go to, we'll allow you to go back to order number 5 and 6 with respect to yourselves. But the second limp is the Honorable Maure. Why don't you have your card? You have removed. Is it, why don't you take it in? Okay, very well.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion.
What is this?
That pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(4) and Regulation 510.
Sorry, Honorable Makamore, you start afresh. Sergeant at Arms, we are almost 2 hours, 1 full hour since we sat, and there are members who are indicating that they want to sit in the chamber, and they have not shown up. Now you can allow other members who desire to sit in the chamber to come in, even if they are not in the priority to sit in the chamber. Proceed, Honorable Maure.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that pursuant to the provisions of...
Sorry. It's up to you. Just read it.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Proceed now.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(4) and Regulation 510 of the National Government Constituent Development Fund 2015, this House approves the list of nominees for appointment to the following 17 constituency committees of the National Government Constituent Development Fund, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, June the 4th, 2020. Berwood, Bobasi, Bomet Central, Bumula, Dagoretti North, Galole, Gem, Ijara, Isiolo North, Kaduyi, Kiharu, Kilifi North, Mwingi Central, Ruiru, Samburu North, Seme, and Kabondo Kasipul. Thank you.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
The Honorable Esther Passaris.
Honourable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security regarding the distribution of relief food across the country and in particular Nairobi County during COVID-19 pandemic period. Honourable Speaker, following the outbreak of the coronavirus disease of 2019, commonly referred to as COVID-19, the government through the National Treasury established a COVID-19 Emergency Response Fund with an aim of promoting the national response to the pandemic, including provision of food assistance. Consequently, the Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government is charged with the responsibility of coordinating the distribution of relief food from the fund as well as receiving assistance from well-wishers. However, most of the needy residents of Nairobi City County are yet to receive relief food and are in need of food assistance. Honourable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security to address the following. What measures has the government undertaken to cushion and ensure that no lives are lost as a result of hunger during the period of COVID-19 pandemic? What criteria is the ministry using in distribution of relief food in Nairobi County and the measures in place to ensure smooth delivery and distribution of relief food? When is the ministry intending to start distribution of the said relief food assistance in Nairobi City County? Thank you.
Very well. Is the chair of the chairman here, Honorable Koinange? The request will be transmitted to the chairperson through the office of the Leader Majority. Next is by the Honorable Professor Zandok Ogutu, member for Bomachoge Borabu. Yes. Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of the Standing Order 44, Section 2C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing regarding the status and utilization of funds allocated for the construction of Mogonga Kenyenya, Magenche Berege Ryokindo, Magena Road to bitumen standard in Bomachoge Borabu constituency. Honorable Speaker, considering the measures the government has taken in place to ensure road constructors undertake projects as per the set standard, including blacklisting of contractors who fail to implement projects within the set standards, the roads in Bomachoge Borabu constituency are unpassable and in their need for repair and maintenance. Honorable Speaker, It's against this background that I seek for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works, Housing on the following. Roman 1. How much funds has the government allocated for the construction of Mogonga, Kanyenya, Magenche, Eberegerio, Kindo, Magena Road to bitumen standards since the year 2016? Roman 2. How much of the funds allocated for the financial year 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2019-20 has been dispersed to enable the constructor to deliver the set targets? Finally, Honorable Speaker, Roman 3, how does the government intend to ensure the road from Weberega Tea Factory to Kenyenya remains passable for transportation of tea leaves to the factory and also the processed tea leaves to the market? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Ogutu, if you desire to sit in the inside the chamber, just ask them. There are very many empty seats. There are members who are dedicated in their car, they want to sit, but they have decided to go to the village. Take any which you find empty, which is marked for sitting. Ignore that anybody else are dedicated and they want to sit. And I'm seeing very many members out there. If they desire to come in, let them come in. There are enough seats. The next one is, that request for statement from the Honorable Ogutu, Professor, goes to the Chair of Transport, Public Works. Is the Chair in? I saw the Chair of Administration walk in. There's a request for a statement from the Honorable Esther Pasaris. So liaise with that so that you prepare for the response. That request will go to the Chair of Transport through the Office of the Leader of Majority. So Leader of Majority, you liaise with the Honorable Ogutu. The next request is by the Honorable Florence Mutua. Mutua Mwekali.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My statement is regarding measures undertaken by the government on truck drivers along Busia borders to manage the spread of COVID-19. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 44, 2C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson, Department Committee on Health regarding testing of truck drivers along the Malaba-Busia border on management of spread of COVID-19. Honorable Speaker, while appreciating the measures the Ministry of Health has taken to contain and possibly bring to an end the spread of the coronavirus disease COVID-19 pandemic in the country, the residents of Busia County are concerned that the testing of the truck drivers of the coronavirus takes a long duration of time along the Busia and Malaba borders due to shortage of medical personnel, therefore creating a serious traffic gridlock. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Health, to address on the following matters. 1, could the Ministry consider deployment of more laboratory technologists at the Malaba and Busia border to ease the backlog of truck drivers waiting for COVID-19 testing? 2, could the Ministry further consider providing adequate reagents for laboratories in Busia Kenya Medical and Research Institute, Kisumu and Alupe, Moi Teaching and Referral Hospitals, and Busia County Referral Hospitals? 3, what measures are being undertaken by the government to reduce the risks truck drivers and turnboys pose to the people of Busia County due to long delays experienced during testing? What measures has the government put in place to ensure that the long trailers are fumigated and sanitized? And lastly, Mr. Speaker, what measures has the government put in place to ensure that the truck drivers get the COVID-19 tests done from Mariakani in Mombasa before departure, so as to weed out those without papers on time. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Before, well, the chair of health is here. Or you are on Twitter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we shall be ready with the question raised by Honorable Mutua in the next sitting.
Honourable members, I've just noticed some careless behavior. In keeping with the public health guidelines that have been issued, honourable members, if you've been allocated a seat and you are leaving with no intention of coming back, just notify the sergeant at arms personnel to come and do the disinfection. Now some of you are just walking in and out like people who are in a grazing field. So, it's only fair that we be our brothers and sisters keepers. So if you have been in and you were not, you decide to walk out with no intention of coming back, notify the sergeant at arms so that they can come and disinfect the place where you had been. We don't want other members to just come and patch themselves. We don't know who is in what state of health. But there are so many members I'm seeing standing here, that there are so many empty seats. Even the member from Vita has been standing there. There are so many empty seats here. You are afraid of sitting inside. Member from Vita, I've never known you to be shy of... Honorable Abdulrahman, can you make your request?
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, kupitia kanuni za bunge 44(2)(c), ningeomba maelezo kutoka kwa mwenyekiti wa kamati ya leba na jamii. Bwana Spika, sote tunakubali na tunalifurahia na kulikaribisha mipangilio ya serikali kuajiri vijana, hususan wakati huu mgumu wa corona. Katika miezi ya Aprili na Mei, Bwana Spika, vijana takriban 3,500 kutoka eneo bunge la Mvita waliajiriwa kupitia mpango almaruf hifadhi mazingira kazi mtaani. Bwana Spika, kupitia hili ningeomba kujua kupita kwa mwenyekiti wa leba na jamii. Kwanza, waziri mhusika atuelezee kwa nini hawa vijana baadhi yao hawajaweza kulipwa. Pili, wizara imeweka mikakati gani vijana wetu wasichelewe kulipwa na kuteswa ili kufuata haki yao? Na tatu, Bwana Spika, je, kama waziri anafahamu ya kwa hawa vijana wanafanya kazi bila vifaa na bila mavazi yenye kuwahifadhi? Asante sana Bwana Spika.
Well, to be the chair of Labor and Social Protection, the Honorable Ali Wario, the request will be communicated through the office of the Leader Majority. Maybe Leader, you don't take the paper from him. He's not wearing gloves, and the paper may not have been disinfected.
I'm glad, Mr. Speaker, you're teaching him the COVID merits and demerits.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's now his business to make sure Honorable Member from Vita to deliver the copy, a sanitized copy, to my office. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to your attention that I will not be standing for chairs. You know, some of them somewhere purporting to collect or forge signatures. This is where they're supposed to be. So why should I stand? This is that one. So I think next time chairs must be here, particularly if they know their order on the order paper, they are needed. So I think that they're going forward. If you're a chair and you want to prove to be competent and you want to test the competence of another person, you must first portray that you're competent and you're in the chamber throughout. So I think this will be the last time. Of course, as the leader, I'll be helping chairs. But now, people should be like Honorable Sabina, Honorable, how many chairs are here? Honorable Kisang, Honorable Koinange, yeah, Honorable Recho. You know that chairs are always here, and when they know they have a statement. Including even the outgoing chairman who is going to read the budget. He's here, and he wants to move the budget. So, Speaker, guide us.
You know, it is surprising that when the notice goes out from the clerk's office for members to put in requests, one would expect that the chairs of committees would be among the first ones to make in their request to be allocated sitting spaces in the chamber. Well, be that as it may, I do not want to deal with that issue. But you know, the leader of majority, leader of minority, and their whips, they are at liberty to also look at the performances. The last request is by the Honorable Khatib Mwashetani, member for Lunga Lunga. The Honorable Khatib Mwashetani. Oh, yeah? Very well, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Orders number 44, subsection 2, paragraph C, I seek to request a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on extrajudicial killing of a family in Kibundani Village, Ibiza area of Msambweni constituency, Kwale County. Honorable Speaker, on Friday between 10 and 11 p.m. On 29th of May 2020, 6 people from the family, 2 adults, namely Ramadan Mohammed Chitswa, Mwana Halima Mwachili, unexpected mother, 2 minors, Swalwa Chitswa and Ramadan Chitswa, whose house was invaded and some killed by the security officers under unclear circumstances in Msambweni constituency. Kwale County, one corpse has been kept at Msambweni Hospital mortuary, while the other 3 in Kwale Hospital mortuary. 3 other persons from the same family were seriously injured and are receiving treatment at Msambweni Hospital. Honorable Speaker, it is of great concern to me, the people of Kwale County and Kenya at large, when family members, and in particular young children and women, including those who are expectant, are subjected to such cruel killing and police invasion at their homes, irrespective of persuasion of any kind by our security agents. Honorable Speaker, it is on this ground that I seek a statement from the chairperson of Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security to the following. 1, ensure that no stone is left unearthed, and those responsible for the death of innocent Kenyans at this time when the country and the whole world is grappling to manage the unprecedented spread of COVID-19 pandemic. 2, Honorable Speaker, under what circumstances did the police invade a family of Mohammed Chitswa and killed the 3 mentioned persons, including himself, a fetus, and left others injured from the same family? Number 3, Honorable Speaker, what is the criteria and mechanism of engagement used by police during raids and operations in the course of their duties? And how are innocent young children and women protected during such operations? Honorable Speaker, number 4, what measures is the ministry putting in place to ensure that said affected families or family is duly compensated for the loss of their loved ones and destruction of their houses and properties, including payment of hospital bills for the ones recuperating in hospitals, and by when? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You directed to which committee?
Committee of Administration and
National Security.
Yep.
The Chair, Honorable Koinange, that question, that statement is directed at your committee. Give it priority.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. And through Mwashetani, I want to apologize to the family and my condolences to the family. And I'll make sure within the next 2 weeks, we'll be able to get some answers. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Part B of this order is responses. Honorable Koinange, you have a response to give.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have a statement to make. Honorable Speaker, the Administration and National Security has requested for a statement on the flooding in the country. The committee particularly sought to be apprised on, 1, whether the government of Kenya issued alerts on impending heavy rains leading to flooding in some parts of the country and specific action taken to ensure the vulnerable are safe from the floods. 2, action being taken to mitigate against loss of lives and property, as well as displacement of people as a result of floods. And 3, the government's general preparedness in disaster management. Honorable Speaker, I wish to state as follows. The Meteorological Department, KMD, under the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, continuously monitors weather and climate information across the country to provide early warning for decision-making at all levels of the economic grid. Consequently, the department has been issuing early warning, weather advisories, and alerts informing the public of expected heavy rains, highlighting the expected impacts of the rainfall, and providing advisories to residents of these areas for safety of their lives and protection of their property. The information is also shared with relevant government ministries, non-government organizations, and the media. The Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government, upon receiving the weather alerts and advisories, ensure that the same information is cascaded to the national government officers in the counties, and thereafter inform the communities in their areas of jurisdiction of what they are required to do to ensure their safety. Honorable Speaker, to mitigate against loss of lives and property, the government has undertaken regular reconnaissance of flooded areas to, 1, to locate communities marooned, cut off, and thereafter determine the best course of action, i.e. use of boats or use of rotary aircraft for aerial extraction. This is done through use of military or police helicopters. Second, determine the states of the public means of transport, land, roads and bridges, water, rivers and lakes, and airstrips and airports. This aids in determining whether to advise against use of certain means of transport to particular locations or whether to construct diversions. Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, supply of emergency food stocks like maize, flour, rice, cooking oil, fortified foods, food supplements. And fourth, supplies of non-food items. And fifth, supply of potable water, water fit for drinking to communities marooned or cut off. And sixthly, ensure access by emergency medical teams to communities marooned, cut off, or in transition of camps. And seventhly, provision of shelter to affected communities on need basis. And finally, Honorable Speaker, the government recognizes the importance of preparedness in disaster management and has therefore mainstreamed disaster risk reduction at the national level through the respective sectoral plans of ministries. These sectoral plans are clearly set out in the medium-term Plan 3 of the Kenya Vision 2030 and at the county level through the respective county integrated development plans. Mainstreaming DDR is essentially a process of integrating risk reductions, considerations into entire project cycle and management, including policy making, budgeting, and implementation and monitoring process of the national, sector, and county levels. Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, I would like to add that the committee also found out that we noted with a lot of concern that disaster preparedness in this country is highly wanting. There is over-reliance on non-state actors like Red Cross Society, other NGOs, and private sector. This is a very sorry affair, Honorable Speaker. We have recommended to the Interior Ministry that disaster preparedness be taken more seriously, with a national coordination board being put in place to coordinate disaster response between the national government, the county government, and other non-state actors, considering that the primary function of any government and indeed the society is to protect human life. The current National Disaster Management Authority needs to wake up. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Who had requested the statement?
The committee.
Is the committee which had requested?
Yes, sir.
I see.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Before I make some further communication, I see the member for West Mugirango has an intervention. What is it, Honorable Mogaka?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise under Standing Order 176, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I am in receipt of a letter dated 29th May 2020 from the Minority Whip, which letter gives me 7 days to respond to the allegations of violation of law and gross misconduct before I'm fully discharged from the committees of Transport, Public Works, and Housing, as well as Parliamentary Committee of Powers and Privileges, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I am alleged to have violated the law and the gross misconduct. The specific law and the sections violated, Honorable Speaker, have not been disclosed, nor have I been given particulars of gross misconduct, Honorable Speaker. Under Standing Order 1761, Honorable Speaker, it provides that a parliamentary party may discharge a member from select committee after according the member an opportunity to be heard. Honorable Speaker, this standing order is important because it gives a member an opportunity to respond effectively to the allegations before him. But the allegations must be specific, clear, and particular to enable a member respond, of which I'm unable to respond, Honorable Speaker. In the absence of these specifics, Honorable Speaker, I'm unable to respond. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I also wish to get your directions on the way forward, because, Honorable Speaker, there is definitely a looming discharge of some of the members where I'm included from the committees in this House. Honorable Speaker, I beseech you to give directions if indeed a member serving in this House can stay for the remainder of this term without serving in any committee, Honorable Speaker. As you do that, Honorable Speaker, I wish to invite you to look at Standing Orders 174-2, as well as the Constitution of Kenya, Honorable Speaker, more particularly Articles 4.2, 27, Sub-Article 3, Article 50, Sub-Article 1, and Article 95 of the Constitution of Kenya, Honorable Speaker. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Sorry, Honorable Kemosi, you've, I see the whip. Are you the one who gave the member the letter?
Mr. Speaker, you see, Mr. Speaker, this is a house of procedure, and we are guided by the standing order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had given the member a letter for 7 days to explain why, under Standing Order 176, why he should not be discharged from those two committees. And we are still in the process, Mr. Speaker, that he needs to reply to me. Then after that is when there will be enough reason to remove him or not to remove him, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it's immature for him to bring the matter before the House now, when still we are in the process of engaging at Understanding Order 176, Mr. Speaker. Now, I know he's a lawyer, and he knows the law very well. The only problem is, I have told him to consult Honorable Kaluma, also another lawyer. Mr. Speaker, when you practice law in the village, in Nyamira, in Kisii, Mr. Speaker, sometimes you get lost over the law, Mr. Speaker. The law is very clear, Mr. Speaker. Understanding 176, I have written to him officially. He should communicate back to me. Then from there, you will make a decision, Mr. Speaker. You are the last final decision maker on this matter, Mr. Speaker. Let him hold his horse, Mr. Speaker. This is not the magistrate's court in Kibirigo.
Well, let me just say this. No, honourable members, please. No, there is no intervention. These are so simple matters. I don't require even. If you look at the Constitution itself, the reason why political parties were anchored under Articles 91 and 92 in the Constitution is so that they become proper institutions of public governance in our democracy. Towards the tail end of the last Parliament, this House approved the current standing orders. The previous ones did not even have that provision in 176 clause 1. It was members of this House who saw the need to provide that, yes, a political, and that happens the world over. Political parties are at liberty to discharge, de-whip. Actually, the whipping is that is, and they use all manner of mechanisms. De-whipping their members whom they may deem errant from serving in committees, recommending to the Speaker in jurisdictions where parties give the Speaker priority list of people to speak. Occasionally, in some jurisdictions again, similar to ours, recommending to the Speaker that this particular member shall never travel out of their country. It's a way of dealing with the members. But we saw the need to provide, because there is Article 47, and the law that was passed by this House to provide for that process. As a House, we also felt there was need. Before a member is discharged, he or she is given an opportunity to be heard. Maybe you may be told you have not been contributing in a particular committee, or you have been seen idling when you go to the committee, you just go to gossip. There are all manner of reasons. Political parties, the way I don't deal, I used to deal with those things previously, but I no longer deal with them. So, at least we have provided an opportunity. The issue you have raised, Honorable Mogaka, Now you are saying you have not been given particulars. You know now that is not, that one you go and deal, you go and tell them what am I responding to? Which law have I violated? What are these, what is it that you consider as gross misconduct so that you can be educated by your party? You know, what is considered gross misconduct maybe in one party may be very good conduct in the eyes of another party. So, and because I don't prefect political parties. I don't prefect political parties. And you know, the House in its wisdom, since 2007, enacted the Political Parties Act, which was improved in 2011 to its current form. So that now, if you have not been given the laws you have violated, or those specifics of misconduct, so now again, you know, there is another mechanism provided. That is now the realm of political parties. So that for me, once they have dealt with you, as provided in 176(1), when they notify me, again, the House in its wisdom, in the last parliament, provided that the Speaker has only 3 days, once they have sorted you out, and have decided to, to discharge you. My business is only to communicate to you that you have been discharged from this committee, so that I don't get into in the realm of deciding whether you have been given, you have violated this, or that is again different from, you know, I'm not supposed to be the one to adjudicate on that. It's a good issue you have raised, nevertheless, so that also your party, when you appear or when you respond, you know, the issues you have raised, you can say, you can write to the whip and tell him, you have not shown me which law I have violated, or you have not given me the specifics of misconduct. The whip will make a decision. If you don't want to appear before him, he will make a decision whether what you have responded to is sufficient ground for discharge. Again, when they make that decision, I am not in any way involved. And the House was very clear not to go into the details of the hearing before the party mechanism. Because that dispute, it will become a dispute between a member and his party, which can either go before the registrar of the PPDT, the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal. Yeah? That's, if you look at the schedule, I think the second schedule or the first schedule in the Political Parties Act, they said that mechanism, a dispute between a member and his party or her party, or even a dispute between the members of one party, or a dispute between 2 or 3 or more political parties. Again, it's not a realm in this, for the House. That is a function of the function for the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal. Maybe from there you can escalate it to the High Court and possibly to the International Criminal Court or something like that. I think, or International Court of Justice. But certainly I will not be able to give any reprieve, except there are exceptions. If you have not been given a chance to be heard, then I will not accept. But if you have been given a chance to be heard, and you see like now, you are aware. So you cannot say that you are not given a chance. You are aware, you're only questioning, you have not been given the details. Maybe you may have, maybe the law, one of the law could be the Political Parties Act, I don't know, or any other. I mean, that is really, I don't want to get into that. But it's an important issue that you've raised, so that all parties also know that they are supposed to give the members against whom there is intention to discharge from committees of the House. That the Speaker shall not be dragged into making a decision as to whether or not that decision was good or not. If it is not good, political parties dispute tribunal. But nevertheless, it's an important issue, Honorable Mogaka, because it affects all the political parties that are in the House. The member for Embakasi, Babu Ongili.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one comment that I just want to make is concerning what we have been doing as members of parliament during this period of COVID-19. And I must appreciate members of parliament for the work that they've been doing, at least to help their constituents using different ways. As a member of parliament in Embakasi East constituency, Mr. Speaker, I've been using my God-given talent at least to help our children, our students who are in various schools, to feed them brain-wise. Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge members of parliament, if possible, at least to assist in, if they could purchase the smartphones for their students in various constituencies, and also to be watching some of these lessons, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, during this period, there are a lot of temptations, and they say that an idle mind is a devil's workshop. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we'll proceed with these tutorials that I've been doing to ensure that that child in the slums, that child in the village gets sufficient knowledge, sufficient education that at least will help them in the foreseeable future. Thank you. God bless you.
Well, I hope your colleagues have had not to create the devil's workshop. or those workshops, they could be very many. And if they only are for the devil, I think it could be dangerous. Honourable members, can we proceed with these interventions? Who is this? Honourable Lento Imaga. Musa.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think this season I'm feeling most members are frustrated because of what my colleague has just mentioned. So it's good that you are giving fatherly advice, because more of this kind of requests and comments will come during this season. It's like parties have become dictatorial, and all parties in this country now, I think political parties. So it's good that you continue guiding us, because even though you have no local stand to intervene, but I think fatherly advice and legal advice will go a good way to assist some of the members who are really getting frustrated.
Well, I have no comment, isn't it? I should have none. So, honourable members, I had indicated that I was going to make this very short communication again, another one, regarding changes in House leadership of the NASA coalition. Honourable members, standing order number 2 provides for and defines the minority whip as the member designated as the minority whip by the leader of the minority party. The same standing order further provides that a party whip is a member designated by a parliamentary party as its party whip for purposes of transaction of business in the House, and includes both the majority whip and the minority whip. In this connection, I wish to inform the House that I have received a letter from the party whip or the minority party communicating that the NASA parliamentary group Sorry, no members. I have received a letter from the leader of the minority party communicating that the NASA parliamentary group, at its meeting held on May 28, 2020, designated the Honorable Dr. Eseli Simiu, MP, member for Tongaren constituency, as the minority deputy party whip. Honorable members, the same changes take effect from today, June 4th, 2020, being the date the same letter together with minutes of the NASA Parliamentary Group meeting were received in my office. I take this opportunity to congratulate the member following his appointment to the office of Deputy Party Whip of the Minority Party and wish him well. I also wish to thank the outgoing office bearer for diligently carrying out his work as the Deputy Party Minority Whip and wish him well as he discharges his other duties as a Member of Parliament for Kiminini constituency. Honourable members, the affected member and the House are accordingly advised. I thank you. Next one.
Order number 8, procedural motion, approval of a second sitting.
Leader majority. Give him a chair. Give him.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 30, Section 3B, this House resolves to hold another sitting today, Thursday, June 4th, 2020, after 2:30 p.m. sitting. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this sitting is to enable the House consider the laying and giving notice of motion, and also in this sitting, and give the chair an opportunity to move the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on the estimates for the financial year 2020-2021 and any other business that may not have been concluded as appearing on the order paper. Speaker, according to the House Business Committee that you chair and the calendar of the House, the CS National Treasury has indicated, in line with his colleagues in the East Africa community, that he is prepared to read the budget highlights on Thursday next week, 11th of June. And his highlights will be based on the adoption and approval of the Budget and Appropriation Committee report. So that we are in line with what we passed last week, that motions, except for this kind of a report and the Finance Bill Committee report, all other committee reports will be dealt with within 2 hours. So we have decided that we begin the moving of this report in our second sitting, continue until 7 p.m., and then still continue on Tuesday, because we have a morning and afternoon sitting, so that members can have ample time to contribute to the Budget and Appropriation Committee on the budget estimates for the financial year. It's a very, very important report based on the powers given to this House by the Constitution, and also based on the importance of the budget-making process of the House. So I really want to ask members that in the next few minutes, 10, 15 minutes, as we deal with the next order, the chair of Budget and Appropriation Committee will come to to table the report and give notice, and then based on the instruction of our speaker, we go for an adjournment of maybe 10, 15 minutes, then we are back, and then we begin the debate on the report, and then we continue until Tuesday next week, so that we give members more time to speak on this matter. And then once we conclude on Tuesday next week, then the minister can have the whole of Wednesday to use the report adopted by the House to prepare his budget highlights that he will give to the House on Thursday afternoon, the 11th of June, 2020. So I really want to ask members, because of the situation and the COVID and the timelines, we will be sitting twice a week, beginning next week, but let us make sure that this important function, we do it which has a constitutional timeline. And I beg to move and ask Honorable Junet, who was in the House Business Committee, to second.
Junet?
Mr. Speaker, I second.
Honourable members, I propose that pursuant to the provision standing order number 30, subsection 3, paragraph B, this House resolves to hold another sitting today, Thursday, June 4th, 2020, after the sitting at 2:30 p.m. I put the question that pursuant to the provision standing order number 30, subsection 3, paragraph B, this House resolves to hold another sitting today, Thursday, June 4, 2020, after the 2:30 p.m. sitting. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I wish to also guide that even though there is another motion, once that is concluded and in the manner explained by the leader of the majority party, we will just take some 10-15 minutes break in order to allow as explained, the chair of Budget and Provisional Committee to table and give notice. Then legally we can commence debate. And we couldn't do it otherwise, because as you know, the others require, if only one person objects to carrying out 2 stages, then you can flop. Next one.
Order number 9, motion. Establishment of an ad hoc committee on COVID-19 prevention, response, and management.
Which I do, that aware that the coronavirus pandemic, in brackets COVID-19, was declared by the World Health Organization to be a public health emergency of international concern, deeply concerned on the serious threat posed to the health and socio-economic lives of Kenyans by the continued spread of the pandemic, appreciating that both the national and county governments have put in place some targeted interventions to respond and manage the COVID-19 pandemic through, among others, enhanced medical and public health actions, mitigating socio-economic shocks arising from the impact of the pandemic, creation of a national emergency response fund to foster the national response to the pandemic, and formation of a national emergency response committee on coronavirus, which is tasked with, among other things, to coordinate Kenya's preparedness, prevention, and response to the threat of COVID-19 and develop mitigation strategies with regard to the disease. Cognizant that some of the policy measures and targeted interventions put in place by the government are yet to be anchored in legislation and or approved by Parliament. Now, therefore, this House resolves as follows. 1, to acknowledge and appreciate individuals and corporate entities, development partners, and multinational institutions for local and international technical, financial, and human assistance, efforts, and support in response to the pandemic. 2, to establish an ad hoc committee to be known as the Select Committee on the COVID-19 Prevention, Response, and Management, whose mandate will be as follows. A, develop necessary legislative measures on COVID-19 prevention, response, and management, through which the government will anchor the mechanisms to prevent, combat, and respond to the pandemic and to any other pandemics in the future, including but not limited to ensuring enhanced medical and public health actions and facilities, strategies for cushioning the country from the effects of such pandemic on the social support system, economic stimulus for the micro, small, and medium enterprises, and national public order measures for the maintenance of specific and competent functions during and after such pandemic. B, to coordinate closely with the National Emergency Response Committee on COVID-19, which is tasked with, among other things, coordinating the country's preparedness, prevention, and response in the actions and measures taken to ensure that the committee delivers on its mandate more effectively. C, consider funding needs and requirements on COVID-19 prevention, combat, response, and management. And D, report and make recommendations on the item under paragraphs A and C, and any other related matters within 30 days, and make weekly progress reports on item B to the House until the end of the pandemic. 3, that the membership of the committee be as follows: the Honorable M.D. Ngujiri Wambugu, MP, the Honorable Dr. Amos Kimunya, EGH, MP, the Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu, MP, the Honorable Yusuf Hassan, MP, the Honorable Alice Wahome, MP, the Honorable Florence Mutua, MP, the Honorable Perez Tobiko, MP, the Honorable Peter Kaluma, MP, the Honorable Mishi Hamisi, MP, the Honorable Beatrice Nyaga, MP, the Honorable Janet Ongera, MP, the Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo, MP, the Honorable Gadoni Mushomba, MP, the Honorable Godfrey Osotsi, MP, the Honorable Didimas Barasa, MP, the Honorable Joshua Kadie, MP, the Honorable Dr. Daniel Kamuren Tuitoek, MP, the Honorable Patrick Munene, MP, the Honorable Anthony Luoch, MP, the Honorable John Kiari, MP, the Honorable Abdi Omar Shurie, MP, the Honorable Major Retired Bashir Abdullahi, MP, and the Honorable Tende Mwambire, MP. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as the contrary opinion say no? No. The noes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, motion. Approval of nominees for the appointment to the constituency committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund.
Chair, National Government Constituency Development Fund Committee, Select Committee. Honorable More.
Mr. Speaker, I need to get the copy of the list from the...
What?
No, I need to get a copy of the list that we did move the motion Tuesday.
But you can't ask me.
No. I just need the permission to get it.
It's your motion.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. So why don't you go and get wherever the list is?
No, Mr. Speaker, the list that we did, the motion to approve the 41 constituencies that we moved on the 2nd of June is the one I was keen on getting the list, and I don't have it right now.
But you know, surely, I thought you knew what you were going to do.
No, I didn't know, Mr. Speaker, but let me just, allow me a minute. I pick it. No, it's supposed to be at the desk. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the list is far away. The list is far away.
Yes, have you not read it?
Mr. Speaker, the list is quite long for the specific members, so I will just move the motion as it is. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(4) and Regulation 510 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund 2015, this House approves the list of nominees for the appointment to the 41 constituency committees of the National Government Development Fund laid on the table of the House on Tuesday the 2nd, 2020. Now, Mr. Speaker, the constituency involved is Garizani constituency, Kabondo Kaspul constituency, Turkana West constituency, Erodas constituency, Balambala constituency, Gatanga constituency, Omambe Town constituency, Kirugoris constituency, Malindi, Mboni, Madare, Nambale, Westlands, Bahati, Bomachoge Chache, Gishugu, Hamisi, Keses, Kiamba, Lari, Rabai, Suba, Dendraka, Voi, Baringo Central, Jomvu, Kikuyu, Kiminini, Kisumu West, Laikipia East, Kuresoi South, Machakos Town, Mandera East, Rongai, Samburu East, Matuga, Sirisia, Tinderet, Uriri, Vihiga, and that being the list of the 41 constituencies, Mr. Speaker, that the board and the secretariat has been able to go through the various categories and made sure that the members of the boards nominated by the various panels in those constituencies meet the criteria set out in the CDF Act 2015, and that, Mr. Speaker, you notice the time when we had extended as a House for the members to have the constituency committees reconstituted after the expiry of the 2.5-year period did expire in May. Now we are in June. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to plead with the members that we approve these names so that the various boards can start being functional, for the fear that during the time or time lapse, many of the boards may not be able to do the work that they are supposed to do. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to ask these members who have been nominated to work diligently and make sure that the monies that the government has been sending every year to their constituencies is actually utilized as intended. And with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move and ask the Chief Whip, who is a member of the CDF committee, to second.
Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second this motion on the basis that, Honorable Speaker, these are names from our colleagues. Our colleagues are those who have nominated, who have gone through the list. And Honorable Speaker, by them being the custodian of the various constituencies, they have the firm knowledge of who exactly these people are, and they understand them. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, it will be in order that us as colleagues and members of this House, we approve this list so that our colleagues in the various constituencies are able to carry out their noble duties of assisting in whatever way their constituents require. I therefore second.
Honourable members, I propose a question, which is that pursuant to provisions of Section 43, subsection 4, and Regulation 5, sub-regulation 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund, Act 2015, this House approves the list of nominees for appointment to the following 41 constituencies, committees of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, June 2nd, 2020. The list of our members of the 41 constituencies and the names of the nominees are as per the order paper. So you can debate if you're looking at the list as per the order paper. That's the question proposed. What do you mean? I see members who have... Say something. Say something.
Mr. Speaker, I think I also support this issue of confirming those board members, but at the same time, I would also request the chair to give us the status of the disbursement of the funds. Because as far as I'm concerned, almost more than half of the amount of money allocated for Samburu North has not been disbursed. And yet the financial year is almost ending. Actually, it's ending within the next 15 days. So we would like the money to be disbursed so that we can be able to carry on with the projects that have already been earmarked for those funds.
Member for Bomachoge Borabu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Professor.
I also would like to add to the words that have been expressed by my colleague, that as much as we welcome the lists that have been read from the various constituencies in terms of the committee members of CDF, I think it's most unfortunate that most of the constituencies have not received the allocations of CDF. And Honorable Speaker, it's my sincere request that we have come from a very serious season with the heavy rains, with the COVID, and should the Minister of Education now decide that they want to have the schools resume, I think most of us will be in a very awkward situation because the infrastructure in most schools is very wanting. I will once again request the committee, the chair of the committee, that they should facilitate the disbursement of the funds to the constituencies so that the necessary innovations and the bending activities can be done to accommodate any decisions that may come from the Minister of Education concerning the opening of schools in the period of COVID. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Manzo. Honorable Chepkut.
It is true, Honorable Speaker, sir, that some funds have not been released to our constituents, and I urge Chairman for CDF, Malcolm Maore, to move with speed and ensure that the money are released. And again, Speaker, I want to mention something. You, Speaker, sir, you are a gentle giant. Since independence, we've not gotten a speaker like you who is fair and just. So That is my recommendation, that you have a great future, Speaker, sir. You are a gentle giant in this republic, and you are third in command. The president is number one, who is the 5-star general, deputy and you. So you've been handling us you've been fair and just. So this is a very young man, an advocate of High Court. I plead with John Bandy and Junet, because they are very close to me, that I want you to be moderate, be accommodative, so that in future, come 2022, Honorable Junet, we still want these people. So just exercise a lot of degree in moderation. Don't dismiss people. Be accommodative, Junet. You are a great man, but accommodate them, because even His Excellency wants the numbers. This country is all about the numbers. You know the great Socrates and Plato once said, there are 3 human characteristics. They are the desire, the knowledge, and the emotions. So, as I finish, don't panic and don't worry. Speaker, sir, you are a great man. Thank you.
Sorry, honourable members, there's something that we are still waiting for. Honourable Sophia Abdi, member for Ijara. Give her. No, don't just move. You'll be given the mic from there. Just wait, but please, I want to encourage you to carry your cards, please.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I want to apologize. It is my first time not to come with my card. Apology. Honorable Speaker, and I would like first to appreciate my chairman, who has worked very hard for the honorable members here. I'm a member of the CDF committee, and the chairman has gone around and trying to see how to get resources from Treasury so that resources are allocated to each and every constituency. Bearing in mind that we are going through very difficult time this time, there are a lot of challenges that are facing this country. Resources have become, resource allocation have become very difficult, but we are on top of everything, and we are trying so hard to get all your resources, and all your resources will be distributed to your accounts. Having said that, I want again to say that, honorable members, the list that came from your constituencies, some of them have so much delayed that it took us for a while. But the ones that have been brought, I think we have brought even the last bunch of the constituencies. They have been tabled today, and I just want the members to appreciate that we are trying as much as the committee that is working for every member, so that every member can have enough and adequate resources. We know the challenges that are there, the schools, the rains, the heavy rains that have destroyed most of the infrastructures in schools and in roads and everything. There is a lot of challenges that are waiting us at our own constituencies. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the House to affirm the list and to support the members of the CDF committee, because we are trying and working around the clock. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Is it member for Geshugu?
Mr. Speaker.
Is it Honorable Geshimu? You also don't have a card, eh? You don't have a card? How is it? It can't show.
Yeah.
colleagues, please, but also be aware of the public health protocols. I can see members, you are still behaving as if we are in the normal situation. The reason you see this place being disinfected, it's purely for your own good. But proceed, Honorable Gishimo.
Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank the committee on CDF for the good work. And Mr. Speaker, one thing that I would like the committee to follow up with the board is that most of the constituencies, some of the constituencies, including Geshogo constituency, was in the verge of giving bursary funds just before the COVID issue came up. Mr. Speaker, that money had been reserved it's already reserved in the account for purposes of issuance of the bursary funds. And Mr. Speaker, it is also not very clear when the schools will reopen. So, Mr. Speaker, there is a practice by the board that they cannot release money if you have more than 10 million in the account. And it would be very dangerous to release that money to go and do other projects when we are not sure exactly when the schools will reopen, and the parents are actually expecting that once the schools reopen, those checks will be released. So I plead with the committee to talk to the board to release more money for development for the constituencies that had already reserved money for bursary before the COVID-19 erupted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to support.
Down. How is it that...
Yeah, I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for granting me the opportunity to address this matter. Mr. Speaker, let me start by thanking the chair of the National Assembly Select Committee on CDF for tabling this and moving this motion for approval. Speaker, Homa Bay Town constituency is among the constituencies whose members of the Constituency Development Fund Committee are being approved by this House if the House chooses at the end. Speaker, the delay in presentation of these names and their approval by the House is undermining necessary works in our constituencies across the country. Mr. Speaker, I'm emphasizing this because we know with this COVID challenge, we are thinking of reopening schools, we are thinking of the various development needs. It becomes difficult for constituencies and the country to progress, more so in a situation where CDF is the only fund meaningfully being seen on the ground down there as a devolved national government, funding going down, that, there has been this delay. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the House to approve my constituency, among others. And Mr. Speaker, as we move, the challenge, of course, the other members have addressed, is an urgent issue. If the House approves, Mr. Speaker, may I request that the committee again intervenes and secures that the committee members are gazetted immediately. So in a constituency like mine, things are very difficult. Pending this approval, the CDF committee, which is outgoing, is actually not doing anything because of the financial risks and those other measures we have to take to secure that these fundings are kept securely. Mr. Speaker, if we can get these committees gazetted, may I also request the National Assembly Select Committee on CDF that there are lots and lots of bottlenecks being put, administrative bottlenecks being put through circulars and memoranda coming from the board to fund account managers, down at the constituency levels. I've had occasions, Mr. Speaker, where funding has gone to the project itself, and in Homa Bay Town constituency, mostly it is a learning institution. The money is there, But the money cannot be used until something called a circular is signed by a district accountant who had already issued a check to the school. I think the CDF committee of this assembly must sit down and guide the audit office properly. So that, Mr. Speaker, if indeed the law, and I remember sitting in this house and in that committee to pass the CDF Act, the National Government CDF Act 2015, we said, Mr. Speaker, that the Constituency Development Fund Committee will release money to the Project Management Committee. It is the Project Management Committee that procures and pays out, accounting always to the CDFC. We've had challenges, Mr. Speaker, where the Office of the Audit General is requiring the Constituency Development Committee to be the one accounting to funds which are sent to a school and which is being run by the Project Management Committee, which invariably is the Board of Management, also a gazetted accounting office within that institution. And so you get the fund account managers are not moving. Mr. Speaker, you need money, you cannot move at all. There is also another challenge which we must look at, more so in the realm of procurement, and Mr. Speaker, the issue of payment. You know, once money goes to a school, now we are being required to get approvals of people called public works. In Homa Bay, I have a clerk of works who is a degree holder in engineering. The person who is now required to approve the works he is dealing with is a diploma holder who has never worked anywhere. And the fund, the CDF board sort of has required that those people be paid. And the payment is to come, Mr. Speaker, from the money meant for the administration of the works by project management committees. So that I have a situation where a diploma holder doing nothing, only waiting to be paid, is required to be paid 2% of the 5% going to the project committee, management committee, for each project. And this is millions of money for doing nothing. I remember the act said that the CDF committee will liaise with national government officers in the execution of works. I never imagined that where there is such liaison, Mr. Speaker, then the payment should go to an individual. Remember that public works officer is already earning from the county. He's earning a salary to do that work for which the CDF committee is required to liaise. Now, Mr. Speaker, when you are giving that individual money as an individual, number one, I think it is corrupt because it means that individual is using the public office he's holding to solicit for funds as if he were a private professional. That is outrightly unconstitutional. So I would urge, Mr. Speaker, and essentially what is now happening is that this guy who is in Homa Bay County a total quack compared to my degree holder who has not done anything, is just sitting in the office there. You give me my money, I will sign. You give me my money, I'll sign. And is requiring you to give him money from a kitty which is not there if you look at the CDF Act. I wanted to request the National Assembly Select Committee on CDF to look at, all those issues. The third and last issue, Mr. Speaker, is that we already have the money in the constituency. If you require that the only people who can be procured to do works by our various PMCs must be people who have money to do the work to be paid later, then for what reason is the money already sent to a school? In the long run, you have a situation where you go to a place like Homa Bay Town constituency because of the economic status and levels of the people there. No single person in Homa Bay can even do the minimum of 2 classes, primary classrooms I'm doing in the constituency. And in the long run, you are having people coming from Nairobi simply because they can do paperwork and have the money, taking the money, yet the people doing the actual work are the village boys who are trained in our various technical training institutes down there. I would suggest to the committee that as we approve this, constituency development fund committees for the various constituencies, if money is down there and the PMC can get a local person who is good at the work approved by the community, let him do the work and let money be given to him in phases. That is why the money is there. Instead of having this idea of requiring people who have money from wherever to do it. That way, the money will be in the constituency and the money will do work because the works will be done by people who are accountable. Mr. Speaker, those among other changes are the things, Mr. Speaker, I would personally request the National Assembly Select Committee, which is under the chair of the new majority deputy whip, to think through deliberately. When we sat in the National Assembly Select Committee on CDF, most of these administrative circulars and bottlenecks you now see being pushed around are not there. And I think there would be need for a meeting, particularly of the committee, with the CEO, whom we secured because he knew work. That today you don't know whether the CDF Act is the law governing the administration of this fund or which one. There is the issue of the payment of the Constituency Oversight Committee members. We cannot pay them to date because of an error we had in the regulations. Chair, I sat in the committee when we discussed the regulations, and we had said 1% of the CDF allocation should go to COC. Actually, initially we were proposing that the entire monitoring and evaluation money should go to the COC. And then we agreed it would be 1% of the CDF fund, or a third of the monitoring and evaluation. When the regulations got published, it came as 1% of monitoring and evaluation. So that the only committee in which the member of parliament sits, the COC, cannot do work at all. Cannot do work. I have professional people, educationists, people who retired, former commissioners of TSC, working with me as members of COC, and this is the only committee, the only link I have as an MP with this committee. No pay. What I'm being told is that there is 30,000 for a whole year. Really? These are things the committee should pick up. And I'm thinking there is time for the committee to reevaluate the entire law on CDF on such matters. I would be proposing, for instance, that if even a third of monitoring and evaluation cannot be paid, when we are paying the other people, Mr. Speaker, then we have a situation where we can take the entire monitoring and evaluation money to the COC, because there is no monitoring that can be done by the CDFC members without the MP at all. Mr. Speaker, all those changes and thoughts and considerations, if can be taken by the National Assembly Select Committee to the fund, in addition to the other many good things they have been doing, it would be fine. I don't know what the point of order the chair is raising, or I don't know under what format you are paying your COC members. And I remember we agreed in the last parliament that COC members would be paid at the very rate similar to the CDFC members. How do these people oversight, in as much as you are raising point of orders, how do these people oversight these hundreds of millions we are sending to the constituencies when they have no coin even to fuel a car? Who is going to work for the government gratis? And these are people who are duly appointed under an act of parliament.
There's a point of order from the chairman.
I wanted to plead with the Honorable Kaluma to just use a different method to put in the very useful and valuable issues he's raising, while putting into account the various litigations against the CDF, that he might be feeding all that knowledge to the wrong territory or the wrong company, and just write to the committee. Actually, we wish to invite you for a sitting so that you can actually raise those matters, and we really welcome them. But keep them to a minimum for this session.
Mr. Speaker, I've been before the National Assembly Select Committee on this matter of non-payment of Constituency Oversight Committee members. And Mr. Speaker, nothing happened. What I'm saying is that the members of the Constituency Oversight Committee perform an important role, and it is a body created by an act of parliament. It cannot be contemplated that they can duly oversight, Mr. Speaker, when no coin at all is being paid to them. We must make these changes as we approve these committees. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much, and I believe the good and able chair is going to take up these matters. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But also, of course, honorable members, you also have other issues.
No litigation.
Honorable Kaluma spoke about circulars. I think it is within your power to even make those circulars be part of regulations or part of the so that they are considered and approved by this House.
Yes.
So that they are not applied selectively. Now, suddenly from that corner, I'm not able to tell. With a mask, I'm not able to tell. Oh, the Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I'm in this corner of this House. And as you are saying, these masks, at times you can't even see people from far, and you actually don't recognize them. Mr. Speaker, I just want to add my voice to this debate. And first of all, thank the committee for these proposed names. And say, after we pass these names, Honorable Speaker, they will be gazetted. But I want to make just the following observations, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the chair when he says that there are so many cases relating to CDF in the courts. And at times it becomes very tricky when you start saying some of these things publicly. But Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, I think we need really to think about the timing, because it is also taking quite a lot of time for these cases to be concluded. And the more time it takes, Mr. Speaker, the more members are inconvenienced in terms of implementing the CDF, overseeing implementation. Mr. Speaker, even as we pass these names, Mr. Speaker, you know, as honorable members, we do share experiences. And Mr. Speaker, we are patrons. But Mr. Speaker, we have also realized that some of these board members, once they get gazetted, they assume the role of the MP. And they really give members a lot of problems. And you find, Mr. Speaker, once they are gazetted, it is not really, it becomes strict to remove them. But I just want to say, even as we gazette them, they need to note, because some of them are watching what you are doing, Mr. Speaker. I think it is important they note that at the end of the day, the patron of CDF in any constituency remains the duly elected member of parliament. So that they work knowing that, and there should be consultation between the board and the patron so that things move smoothly. The second point, Mr. Speaker, I agree with Honorable Kaluma when he talks about the issue of implementation of projects, and more so our relation with the people who approve the plans and oversee the implementation. And I think, Mr. Chairman, it's important with your committee, because I know you visit constituencies, it would be important just to do something in terms of changing the way that structure is. Because you have allowed the boards to hire civil engineers, I don't see any reason why we should not do something to allow our civil engineers who we have hired to do the final authorization and the final certification of the works. The other point which is important is the issue of the accountant, the district accountant. I don't know what is the experience of other members, but you realize, like my own constituency, when the district accountant goes on leave, the law is so strict that not even a deputy can sign anything. So at times the accountant would be away there for 2-3 weeks and nothing would happen because you can't process any payment. And I think as we move to the future, because CDF is very important to this country, it would be important, Mr. Speaker, if also the board started thinking about allowing the board, the CDF boards, to be able to process the payments at that level, because at the end of the day, the Auditor General does all the auditing like they do for the central government. So I think personally, this idea of relying on the district accountant only is also inconveniencing implementation. These are some of the good practices we will be proposing and we have been proposing. And I think, Chair, if you allow us, in your next meeting, some of us can come. You know, we have done some amendment to the Act, but because of what is happening, we have decided to go slow on them. But I think really some of these administrative issues could be sorted out by your committee so that we also make the implementation smooth. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to support passing of this motion so that these particular various constituencies get their board members gazetted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nyamai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I rise to support the passage of these names that have been presented by the chair for CDF, and also thank him because I've been following what CDF committee has been doing, and they have been doing a good job. Honorable Speaker, today we are passing 41 names for 41 constituencies. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that these names have been picked from the constituencies, and there is a very good procedure that has been provided for the names to get to the committee and later to get to the House. So with regard to the names, I would like to say that I really support, just as the other members have said. Honorable Speaker, CDF is the main development that is visible in the whole country, from north to south and east to west. And I would like to say that the work that is done by these officers is highly commendable, and we should just pass it the soonest that is possible. Honorable Speaker, I would like to share the experiences that the other members have raised, that we have highly qualified managers who have been hired by government through the Public Service Commission, who are highly qualified, but it's like there is double scrutiny of these officers, which causes delay of development, of implementation of projects. So I would like to agree with the Honorable Makali and others who have spoken before that we need to have a way when the district accountant or the ones that we call the DAs are not available, that there is a way of making sure that projects are implemented without following or waiting for too long for the DAs to come back. Because at the end of the day, they'll be scrutinized through the general government structures. Honorable Speaker, the issue of having the works officer, in addition to the government officer that has been hired.
What's your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand on standing order number 95, Mr. Speaker. Listening to various members, I think all of them are in agreement with all the chair CDF has tabled. And based on the matters before this House, Mr. Speaker, in your directive earlier, I would request that the mover be called to reply so that we can continue with the other urgent matters, because I can tell, Mr. Speaker, members are in agreement with what was tabled by the chair CDF. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Nyamai, finish.
Well, thank you very much.
And also just to remind the House that already you've approved a second sitting. So I'm sure because of the budget issue. Proceed, Honorable Nyamai.
Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that I agree with the report, and also in line with what the Honorable Sabina has said, I would like to agree that generally we agree, and as a Member of Parliament for Kitui South, I agree, and I would like to stop there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I put the question, which is that the mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Mover. I need to see your card. It's not very well now. Yes. Don't remove the card. There's something you've done to your card because it's no longer showing.
Maybe the opposite. Put the opposite.
Now it's okay. Now it's okay. Wait.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to appreciate the contributions of the members and also only wish to respond to about 3 points in about a minute, given the work before us. Mr. Speaker, the story or the status of disbursements, we will be able to have a comprehensive statement in the next sitting for all the disbursement in the constituencies. But I can just mention that 34 constituencies have already received 100% of the disbursements for this financial year. Then the rest you'll get it when we have the next sitting. I will have a statement ready. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, is about the issue of disbursement or the allocations of our money. When it comes to the board, it actually doesn't last there a week. It is normally disbursed to the constituencies. So when you hear or you see a shortfall, it is a treasury hitch, whereby it depends on what they are collecting and what they are able to release to us. The second point raised by members mostly is about the ease of the release of that money and the inconveniences that have come up because of those accountability mechanisms about between the PMC, between the board at the local level, and also between the office of the district accountant and the others. Now, those ones, I reiterate, we will want to invite members to the committee to bring in proposals of what they feel we should forward as our report, because now we are in the middle of the term, or actually the committee has nearly expired from the time when it was appointed to date, and normally the law requires that we do a report, and those kind of valuable contributions will be able to enrich our report when we are giving a feedback on what we should be doing. The other issue is that of circulars. Circulars cannot replace an act of parliament. When you find the circulars are inconveniencing, raise it, and it will be addressed as quickly as possible. And at that point, Mr. Speaker, I move. Sorry, I reply. Thank you. So.
Honourable members, I put the question, which is that pursuant to provisions of Section 43, subsection 4, and Regulation 5, subregulation 10 of the National Government Consumer Development Fund Act 2015, this House approves the list of nominees for appointment to the 41 constituency committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, June 2nd, 2020, as per the order paper. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honourable members, for the convenience of the House, as I indicated earlier, I rearrange business so that we go to orders number 5 and 6, so as to allow the chairman of the Budget and Appropriations Committee to proceed. See, Soma, order number 5.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House. Today, Thursday, 4th June 2020, report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the budget estimates for the national government, the judiciary, and parliament for the financial year 2020-2021. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Yes, proceed order number 6. So many.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Yes.
Honourable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the budget estimates for the national government, the judiciary, and parliament for the financial year 2020-2021, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 4th June 2020, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 221 of the Constitution of Kenya, Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and Standing Orders 235 and 239,
approves the issuance of a sum of Kenya shillings 1,883,022,058,155 from the Consolidated Fund to meet the expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2021 in respect of the votes as contained in the schedule. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honourable members, in order to give full effect to the resolution that the House passed under order number 8 earlier this afternoon, I order that the remaining business being on the order paper being orders number 11 and 12 will be considered in the second sitting that the House approved. Honourable members, well, honourable members, we'll give, if I could get the concurrence of members, do we take 10 or 15 minutes break? 10 minutes. So the House adjourns at 15 minutes past 5 for 10 minutes. Almighty God, who in wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with abundant favor as your servants whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider our matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those who seem to be committed to our church. Amen. Proceed.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements. Order number 8, motion, report on the budget estimates for the financial year 2020-2021, first allotted day.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I need your guidance. After doing some soul searching and having seen the chair of Budget and Appropriation Committee has tabled the report with the schedule attached. Speaker, I really want to ask you that this is a very, very important report. We need, it has been tabled now. We need to read it. We need to scrutinize. We need to look at the schedule and get the confidence that when we are coming to contribute, we know what we are talking about. So I really want to ask the chair, and through you, Mr. Speaker, that we continue with the other business, but this motion is deferred to Tuesday, so that under your leadership as the chair of the House Business Committee, the whole of Tuesday morning and afternoon session will deal with the budget and a preparation report, which has been tabled this afternoon, that every member can get a copy today, tomorrow, scrutinize, prepare, because the budget is a fundamental function of the National Assembly, and we don't want to rush it. So I plead with you, Mr. Speaker, that you give direction.
What's the feeling of the House? Is that the member for Olaya? Yes, Honorable Mugambi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you're aware, we've done this budget under very abnormal circumstances because for the first time we've had this pandemic, which has caused healthcare crisis and economic crisis, Mr. Speaker. It's one of a budget that is one of a kind, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, there has been a requirement to do a lot of balancing in so many sectors. And therefore, when the majority leader said that members really need to look into the budget and internalize it, and then they're able to contribute, is a very strong point, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of things we've learned during this period, and that has informed the making of the budget strongly. That a time will come when, Mr. Speaker, you have to use your own healthcare facilities. You can fly out. Mr. Speaker, when that time will come, when you have to rely on your own products. We've had, Mr. Speaker, even some countries banning export of some products that other countries could have used for the use of testing during this pandemic, and they say, no, you can't export. Yet, Mr. Speaker, we are used to relying on imports for our parapharmaceuticals and several other products. Mr. Speaker, if you look the kind of crisis we have, kids are at home, tourism is down.
But now,
Mr. Speaker, I just want to highlight the abnormality.
No, it's not new. It's about, tourism is not part of what was raised.
Mr. Speaker, I am moving to support what the majority leader has alluded to, and I'm appealing to our members to really take copies of the budget. They spend time reading it so that we'll be able to inform, to make very informed debate next week, Mr. Speaker. I beg to support.
Member for Mwai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance. I want to support the statement put by the leader of the House that possibly we actually deal with this matter on Monday. Reason why, this morning I was at the table room and I was looking for this report, but later on I retreated to my office where I also told my PA to call the table room just to get this report so that we could download it. And it was not online, Honorable Speaker. And that's why we are actually struggling to put together exactly how we are going to deal with this. So we may be having some small notes. Like I was able to extract small notes only on the budget of education sector, but I had no report. So I think for us to give it the seriousness that it deserves, let's have the report today and work on it over the weekend, and then we deal with it on Tuesday. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to support what the majority leader has said, considering that we are undergoing a very unique scenario in life today. the COVID pandemic. We actually need to internalize the budget, the way the budget committee has done, see how they have really responded to the current situation, how are they looking at us looking into post-COVID scenario, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, it's important we actually look at the numbers. As the adage goes that numbers don't lie. We would not want just to hurry the numbers, but instead we analyze them so that they give us the position, the way the country is moving and our people. Therefore, I support what the majority leader has said, that we actually consider this report come on Tuesday. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Kibwezi West.
Thank you, Speaker, for this opportunity. Again, it's just to echo the words of the majority leader. Indeed, the budget-making process is one of those key tenets which have been given to this House. And it's important, and I know there have been a lot of consultations since morning, back and forth, and we appreciate the efforts of the Budget Committee in this regard. So it's only, I think, fair that all members have ample time to scrutinize the same and actually do justice to this budget in terms of safeguarding lives and livelihoods of Kenyans. Thank you, Speaker.
I can see there's still a few more want to weigh in. Honorable Oluoch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I support the sentiments of the majority leader. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the Constitution, the budget-making process alongside legislation and oversight are the key pillars of the reason why this House has been established. And even in very unique circumstances of the COVID, we must not lose sight of the oversight role that we must play. If you look at the circumstances under which we passed, the tax measures, the finance bill, and other interventions that we made in order to deal with the issue of the COVID, we passed them in very record time under circumstances when members were not able to properly apply themselves. And even before members could contribute, I remember sitting in my house and preparing very elaborate notes, and before we could even go far, Standing Order number 95 has been raised and the question is being put. And the Kenyan people are looking at this House to be able to pass a budget that stands scrutiny in terms of our oversight role. And for that reason, I support the majority leader. And if possible, we should even have more than one day to be able to interrogate this. Thank you.
Member for, yes, Chair Budget.
It came to us. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, you know, I was inclined to object when the leader of majority rose to speak and he was supported by the whip who has just whipped me. So I was very tempted to decline, Honorable Speaker, but listening to members and appreciating the substance of what you're about to debate, let me support that indeed we need to allow members to scrutinize this budget because we are only here as members of parliament, as the people's representatives, with a cardinal constitutional responsibility to allocate and appropriate resources back to our people in areas that matter to them. And it is only fair that we allow members the weekend, the long weekend up to Tuesday, to be able to scrutinize what we have been able to do through our various departmental committees and agreed with the National Treasury, and therefore beg that members, we do agree that we can have this debate on Tuesday. And I think I will still be in time within the 7 days that the majority whip has given me to respond. So I am sure the 7 days are still within the timeline. I will still have an opportunity to move this budget, Honorable Speaker, which I appreciate that it is the last budget that I will be doing for the last 3 years. A role that I have appreciated, Honorable Speaker, and I'm very grateful to my party, Jubilee. I am very grateful to my party leader and my deputy party leader and the entire Jubilee membership for the opportunity they accorded me over the last 3 years to be able to learn and gain invaluable experience that I am certain, Honorable Speaker, in the very near future also I will be utilizing the invaluable experience that I have gained as chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, having oversight over many operations in government and having a bird's eye view of how government operates. And therefore, I truly appreciate and I look forward, Honorable Speaker, to be able to do this on Tuesday. And I would agree with the Leader of Majority and all the members who have spoken that we can indeed allow members to go through the report so that they can see the good work that this committee has done. And I'm very grateful, Honorable Speaker, to members of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. You'll be shocked, Honorable Speaker, up to the weekend, members of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, our very hardworking staff in the Parliamentary Budget Office were here at County Hall on Sunday. The whole of Sunday, members of the committee were seated going through this house, and I appreciate that you can see the member for Odhaya, member Mheshimiwa Mwalimu Samuel Moroto are still here, and indeed they have been key pillars in supporting us through this process. And it's only fair then that we allow other members to also go through the report and be able to give meaningful contributions that will also improve the process. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
In the circumstances, members, I think we don't need to debate this. It looks like it's a view of the majority of the House that we start down the debate on the report of the budget estimates for the financial year 2020-2021, which was to have to be general debate, today being the first allotted day. In which case, then, members, I'll request that as many of you as possible then familiarize yourselves over the weekend so that we may not have to do more than 2 allotted days, which will be Tuesday morning sitting, and then Tuesday afternoon sitting. So then we aim to conclude in order to allow then the Cabinet Secretary to incorporate the resolutions of the House in his budget highlights for Thursday, 11th June at 3 p.m. So, honourable members, I think I don't need to put the question on this. The chair agrees. So, honourable members, we start down the business appearing as order number 8 on the order paper until Tuesday, 9th at 10 a.m. And we go to the next order.
Order number 9, the County Outdoor Advertising Control Bill, Senate Bill number 19 of 2018, second reading.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Communication, Honorable Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the County Outdoor Advertising Control Bill 2018, Senate Bill number 19 of 2018, be read a second time. Honorable Speaker, the County Outdoor Advertising Control Bill 2018 was passed by the Senate on 19 June 2019. The bill was transmitted to National Assembly on 3rd July 2019. The bill was read a first time in the National Assembly in this House, Honorable Speaker, on 3rd July 2019 and committed before the Committee of Communication, Information and Innovation for consideration. Honorable Speaker, the committee placed an advertisement in the local dailies on Friday, 21st February 2020, inviting the public to submit their views on the bill on or before 27 February 2020. It is, I need to note, Honorable Speaker, that this is the first bill that we have put an advert in the papers, and it is only one organization that gave us a memorandum. It's only, we received a memorandum from Outdoor Advertising Association of Kenya, and after receipt of the same, the committee held a total of 4 meetings to consider the bill and the submissions from Outdoor Advertising Association of Kenya, which basically we have incorporated in this report. We expected more people to give us a submission. We expected Council of Governors, other agencies like Kenya National Highways Authority, KERA or KURA, but they did not submit. We only received from the Association of Advertisers. Honorable Speaker, this bill is an act of parliament that seeks to provide a legal framework for the regulation of outdoor advertisement in the counties and for connected purposes. Honorable Speaker, the bill further proposes to provide for the procedure for the application for an issuance of an outdoor advertising license. Honorable Speaker, the bill is made up of 3 parts and 23 clauses. Honorable Speaker, advertising is a rapidly growing industry and now forms part of everyday culture, often adding color to our streets. If you drive around Nairobi, you drive around our roads across the country, you'll see very many beautiful advertisements in the streets. So this is as a result of outdoor advertising. Honorable Speaker, outdoor advertising is a key element of the industry and contributes to the creation of a vibrant and competitive economy in our country. There is, however, a need to balance the requirements of the industry with the protection and, where possible, enhancement of the character and appearance of our counties. So that also, Honorable Speaker, as you drive, you don't want to see advertisements that are blocking views along the roads, maybe beautiful views of our country. Honorable Speaker, outdoor advertising is a function that is assigned to the county government in accordance with the provisions of Article 186 of the Constitution, paragraphs 3, part 2 of the 4th schedule. Honorable Speaker, this is basically a county function. It's important to note that this is purely a county function. So the other entities like Kena, Kera, Kura are basically interested parties, but they are not the ones to approve issuance of license when it comes to outdoor advertisements. Honorable Speaker, Clause 1 to 3 of the bill provides for preliminary provisions and sets out the exemptions from the application of this act. Honorable Speaker, Clause 4 of the bill provides for the procedure for application of a license, provides that the applicant interested in outdoor advertising shall submit an application to the respective county executive committee member responsible for matters relating to advertising. So basically the CC in the counties who is in charge of maybe ICT or communication is the one that a particular applicant will apply to. Clause 5 of the bill, Honorable Speaker, provides for the factors to be put in consideration when processing the application for a license. This is basically to ensure it's very clear so that, you know, from county to county, we don't have different procedures on how to process a license. We're trying to standardize. We know some of the counties already, they have their own bills. This is just an overall framework, but each county can do their own, county assemblies can have their own domicile bill. But basically, this is giving them a framework. Honorable Speaker, Clause 6 provides for the issuance of the license, which may be issued within a period of 14 days from the date of application, and approval shall lapse if the advertisement is not erected within 6 months of grant of the license. We are saying, Honorable Speaker, if within 6 months you've been issued to the license and you have not put up the advert in that particular space you've applied, it will lapse because we don't want those who speculate and would want to sell space when they get those who pay them more. Honorable Speaker, Clause 7 of the bill provides for consultation by the county executive member to relevant public bodies that have an interest in the safe display of advertisements in considering an application where applicable. Honorable Speaker, we are saying here that the CEC in charge of advertisement in the counties can consult other relevant bodies, but this should not stop them from issuing the license. Yes, this is for a formality, so that because this is a purely county function. Because in the bill there is a clause 4 of the bill is saying that CEC will need to get a consent from Kenya. So if we say they need to get a consent, it means basically we are saying that the CEC will have to get a license. I mean, will have to get permission to issue license from Kenya. But we are saying they only consult, but not a consent. So that's an amendment that we'll be bringing during the committee of the whole House. Honorable Speaker, Clause 9 of the bill provides that a license shall not alter, remove, re-erect, or upgrade an advertisement for which a license has been issued unless with approval of the CC. The moment you apply for a license that you want to put an advert this size in this particular corner of the street or the road, you cannot change unless you get permission from the CC, because this might also change your license. You might need to pay additional fees. Honorable Speaker, Clause 10 of the bill provides that a license may be renewed at least 1 month before the expiry of the license and sets out the renewal procedures. The licenses that will be issued to the Honorable Speaker will last for a period of 12 months. And we are saying before the expiry, the applicant or licensee may apply for renewal, because it's not automatic that you want the license to be renewed. Maybe you want to change and move to a different location. Honorable Speaker, Clause 11 of the bill provides for the revocation of a license by the CC, while Clause 12 provides for review of the decision by the CC in court. And you have maybe made changes, or you don't follow the procedure as it's put, the CC can revoke. But you have an hearing, but you also have an opportunity to appeal and go to court within 40 days. Honorable Speaker, Clause 13 proposes that the advertisement should be removed within 7 days of the revocation or expiry of an advertisement. Honorable Speaker, 1 minute. Okay. So, Honorable Speaker, you can give me additional 2 minutes so that I can wind up. Honorable Speaker, Clause 21 of the bill provides for legislation. In essence, this clause is allowing county assemblies. We are saying this is a bill that is an overall bill, but each county assembly may enact their own bills following the framework that we have set here in. Clause 23 of the bill provides consequential amendments to Section 3 of the Fiscal Planning Act. So this is one of the acts that will be affected when this bill is signed into law. So as a committee, Honorable Madam Speaker, we are saying during the committee of the All House, we'll come with some amendments that we've agreed with members on Clause 2, Clause 4, Clause 10, 15, Clause 21. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and ask Honorable Gathoni Wamchomba, who is a member of the committee, to second the bill.
Honorable Muchomba Gathoni, seconding.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, and also thanking my chair, Honorable William Kipsang, for the wonderful presentation. I am very excited about this bill, Madam Speaker, and looking forward to the deliberations from this Honorable House, because this bill is going to bring a lot of soberness in the industry, in the advertisement industry. Currently, Madam Speaker, we have a lot of confusion along the highways. We have got quite a lot of billboards barring implementations of necessity signs, like blocking road signs, hospitals, police stations, railway lines, waterways, and even blocking surveillance services that are normally used by our security bodies. And therefore, if we harmonize the way we place our billboards, our roadsides advertisement, we will be able to make sure that such necessity signs are clear to the users of this country. Madam Speaker, I would be very keen to convince this House to adopt this bill, because we have had a lot of confusion in the with the stakeholders who are in the business of outdoor advertising. In the past, Madam Speaker, most people who want licenses to place their billboards along the main highways have had to move from one office to the other looking for licenses. You start off with the design. After you design, you have to go to NEMA to get a license for your billboard to be up. After that, you have to go to the county, which have to send you again to Kenya Highway Authority and other government agencies. So as a businessman and as a stakeholder, you realize that you make this process, you become very expensive, and therefore outdoor advertising in Kenya has become very expensive because of the very many levies that we've been putting on this process. By harmonizing this process and making sure that we have a central place where one can get a license and get facilitated to get all other auxiliary licenses that are required, the billboards and outdoor advertising business becomes a little bit more affordable to the Kenyans and becomes a little bit more comfortable to even the users. I also would want to bring to attention to this House, as I appeal to the House to adopt this bill, because of the issues that we have had in the past. Madam Speaker, because we are politicians in this House, we have county governments that are manned by politicians. And when it comes to the period where we have campaigns, we have had some governors who want to monopolize billboards. And what they do is that they make sure that the opponent does not advertise using billboards or outdoor advertising in that county, because there is competition between the incumbent governor and the incoming governor, or the ones who is campaigning. And therefore, we have had a scenario where billboards are mounted and they are unmounted at night by political rivals. When this bill comes to action, I do believe that we have given a lot of procedures on how you can bring down a billboard and how you can protect that billboard. And by those very many remarks, Madam Speaker, I do second this bill, the County Outdoor Advertising Control Bill 2018, and urge the House to find it worth to be accommodated. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well, honourable members, with the bill having been moved and seconded procedurally, I propose the question, which is the County Outdoor Advertising Control Bill, Senate Bill number 19 of 2018, be now read a second time. The first member to get the floor is the member for Aina Koi, as requested, the Honourable Chepkuti Chir.
Madam Speaker, it is true that I support this motion, and it is true, Madam Wamojomba, that during campaigns, it has come at the right time.
Madam Wamuchomba, not Mujomba.
Oh, Wamojomba. Women rep of Kiambu. So, Madam Speaker, I support. It has come at the right time. When the committee of the whole House meet, we want to do the amendments. Otherwise, Chair of ICT, you've done a great job. You are indeed very competent. So I have no doubt in my mind that you are going to approve. Otherwise, as we look forward to meet the committee of the whole House, Madam Speaker, we are going to deliberate on it. Otherwise, I support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well, and thank you, the member. The next on my request is the member for Makueni, Honorable Manso Kitonga. Honorable Manso Kitonga.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this very, very important bill. Madam Speaker, advertising happens all over the world, and it is good to have a structured method and a law to monitor this. And in fact, in this House, the Honorable Pasaris is an expert of outdoor advertising, and I believe procedure or a law or a procedure which doesn't exist, you will find that by the time after you have invested millions of shillings putting up these outdoor advertisements, the next day, Madam Speaker, you find that they have been removed or crushed in a very rude manner by the local counties or the county governments. And by the time you case about it, simply for one or not having paid a very certain small fee, and instead of them getting in touch with you, then they demolish such, and it discourages businesses, ends up in losses, and is heartbreaking, especially in a time where employment is very scarce in the country. And this is one area which can employ a lot of young people, a lot of jobless people, because most of the work is manual. It also needs engineers, structural engineers. It's an area which employs a lot of people, and also the country can be able to make taxes out of it. So it's a very good thing to be regulated now, to have a law, and most probably regulations will follow. Madam Speaker, I beg to support.
Very well. Honour members, for your noting that each member speaking to the bill, that is the bill on order number 9, will be having 5 minutes. So please plan yourself. The member for Larry, Honorable Mwangi Buru, you have the floor. You can see the seat is consulting. The member for Kaiti, Honorable Kimilu Joshua.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me opportunity to contribute to this important bill, Madam Speaker, because I'm also part of the committee. And Madam Speaker, I'm happy because of this bill, because in fact we have been having a lot of challenges in advertising industry, especially in issue of licensing. In fact, Madam Speaker, the challenge we are facing is that some of the organizations, once you want to go and get a license for advert, you are taken in circles around here and there. And Madam Speaker, with this bill, we deliberated and discussed more about it and agreed on to come into a center point, whereby if, Madam Speaker, you want to advertise and you are paid a license in Nairobi, if you move to Kiambu or you go to other county, there is a kind of harmonization that you are not paying everywhere you go. You get a license, which is becoming hectic and expensive to business people. Madam Speaker, again, during campaigns, we are having a lot of challenges whereby you have your billboard, you put your posters, and tomorrow you pay for it. Then tomorrow you get there pulled down, and the other day you get someone else, and you are paid for that period, and someone puts another billboard there. So, Madam Speaker, with this bill, it will solve the challenges we are facing on such issues, because we want to put a good framework. The bill puts a good framework whereby there will be laws which will be followed, which will make all the organization respect these issues. Again, Madam Speaker, we also have another challenge whereby you get an harmonized law. When it becomes a law, whereby we have a directive on whereby if you want a license, you go to just one body, you get a license, and you do your business without being chased by these people. Again, Madam Speaker, the other challenges we are facing, people are facing as organizations and business people, because there's no good structure methods to be followed, Madam Speaker. And that's why we need this bill to put some structures which will be followed to avoid repetition of business licensing. And if you go to government, for example, as a business person, you are going for a license, you want to do an advert of a certain product you are doing, you are going to account government, and you can take a week or 21 days before you get a license. There's a lot of layers of the license to be processed. And Madam Speaker, we want to put things in a clear manner such that if it's a license, you apply, you go, you get your license, and you go home, you start your business. So, Madam Speaker, I think this bill is very important to the Kenyans, and I support the bill, and I thank my chair, who has done a good job and a good presentation. and also Amushomba, who seconded well, and other members. I urge the House, the whole House, to support this bill for the sake of our Kenyans and also for our business people. I beg to support, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member Kimilu. It is true that I really appreciate this bill. I know that's Honorable Manzo, Honorable Kimilu, and I can see also Honorable Member for Kibwezi West. Really about the regulations as you talk, well, the county outdoor advertising, Makueni County, bordering Taita, Taveta, in Tito and Day, and I'm sure with such regulations, so with that, Honorable Musimba, I know you also come from Makueni. Allow me give the member for Ruarak, because I can see all of you want to fight for the outdoor advertising for Makueni County. Thank you. Honorable Member for Ruaraka. You're not being heard well. I hope you're unanswered. Check. Honorable Member for Ruarak, the Honorable Kajwang, please use yes so that we can be so sure you're unanswered.
Check.
No,
Madam Speaker, I just want to quickly say that there is need to infuse some constitutionalism in this bill. You see, the Constitution says that the roads, the national roads, are owned constitutionally by Kenya. Now, I think this is missing here. There must be a reflection of that constitutionality in this bill, so that we see how Kenya will play with the county governments where the national roads will pass. Some of the ideas would be some sharing ratio. Regulations can be developed that then ensure some sharing of revenue on percentages, perhaps less to the national government and more to the county governments, but which then keeps that constitutionality, proportionality going. Because you see, roads maintenance levy is an important component of R&A in Kenya. And if these advertisements, because they make lots of money, there is a big money out of this thing. And so can be a very good source of raising finance for some of those issues we have in road maintenance and so on. But having said that, county governments must account for the monies they receive. They have all licenses. They license liquor, they license dancing places, they license literally everything. So the fact that they are going to license the outdoors in itself, outdoors advertising, in itself will not be necessarily the answer to the question. There must be a fund. I think we need to develop a fund in which this money must go in every county, so that these things can be direct money, or you could call specific to that project. That way we are able to have some accountability from the counties. Otherwise, we are just increasing more money to the county chiefs. We are just giving them more liquidity, and at the end of the day, we are still where we are. So I think if you are going to oversight this money, then some thought must go into how do we create a fund in which these county people must use that money for development of the roads and nothing more. That it should not leave this money, this kitty, to be used, for example, for employment or for some of those recurrent expenses. And I support this bill, but I think there is a lot of thought which needs to go in the committee to redesign how the funds will be used and how the constitutionality of ownership of those roads will be maintained in terms of revenue sharing. I thank you.
Very well. Let me have the member for Kibwezi West, The Honorable Musimba Patrick. The Honorable Musimba Patrick. Honorable Musimba, yes, there you go.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. And indeed, you echo it so well when you talk about our concerns about even boundaries, like we are currently experiencing in Makueni with the Taita Taveta. And the base of contention is indeed these issues to do with revenue. And you find that outdoor revenue and advertising, I'm sure the committee itself has captured, is a business running in hundreds of billions a year in the Republic of Kenya. And such develops a very sore issue. So this bill is timely. The issue which I would invite the committee to actually venture into is where you want to allow individual counties to come up with their own parallel bills. I think that needs to be corrected to simply say they need to forward harmonized regulations that would take care of unique scenarios where we are talking about standardization in the way we are putting up these infrastructures, because you must appreciate along the highways and within even the localities and the county headquarters, these are huge infrastructures that bring into question the issues of safety standards, which come again under the confine of the NTSA, National Transport Safety Authority, where you don't want a billboard to be so distracting that someone forgets to look at the road and is still staring at the billboard when the lights have gone green to move and it causes an accident. Issues where you have electronic billboards whose lights are so glaring that would be able to blind the people. So these are the issues which come along in terms of safety. And we already have harmonization committees by NTSA in conjunction with the county governments that can ably address this and do a standardization mode. Further to that, Madam Speaker, you find issues to do with the development of arising areas, which are captured well by the Honorable TJ Kajwang, when it speaks about the constitutionality of who owns what property. And we know a lot of budgets of the county governments are involved, they're informed by on-source revenue. And these become contentious issues, especially when the development of roads. When highways occupy an 8-meter radius from the middle of the road in each direction. And then arguably you'd say that the land where the billboard infrastructure has been put is outside of that confine. So those preambles need to come to forth. And then we come and start looking at the issues of the contents and the recognition, especially the obligation by the companies which are doing outdoor to national concerns. Like now we have the coronavirus pandemic, which is with us. I would have expected a scenario where all billboards come down, irrespective of who has put up, and we address a national concern purely as a CSR, that this become what people see. So it educates people, it goes further to do sensitization, which is very important to the Republic. On national days, that we've had a practice, Madam Speaker, since independence, that all shops display the national flag, on them. But you don't see the same being done by outdoor advertising agencies. Indeed, there's a lacuna there. And these are important days, to do with patriotism. And indeed, the preamble to the Constitution itself calls upon each and every one of us to live a life that leaves Kenya as a going concern and indeed fosters for the next future generation. And advertising will always be at the core of this. So, Madam Speaker, in uploading the committee, I've seen already some existing proposals to amendments in the committee stage. I would want to see a lot more being done in terms of engagement to align Kenya's best practice with what is occurring internationally. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. The member for Kibwezi. We had a member whose your chip has been not working well. I prefer you use a different. The Honorable Salim, nominated? Yes. Now you have the mic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this important bill. Madam Speaker, firstly, it is imperative to appreciate the fact that outdoor advertising is important, both business and the government, as a source of revenue. Type of
outdoor advertising includes billboards, benches, interiors, exterior of buses, taxis, businesses, vehicle, and signage posted on the exterior of your own brick and mortar location. Madam Speaker, the outdoor advertising does only capture mass audiences, but also target specific communities, ethnic groups, income levels, and age. Cognizant to this fact, there is need to ensure the outdoor advertisement respect amenity, general environment, and do not prejudice public safety, including road safeties. The proposed bill, the County Outdoor Advertising Bill, provides for a legal framework to the county outdoor advertising in order to achieve a standardized balance between the need to advertise and the protection of the amenity and public safety by regulating the mood and type of advertisement. Madam Speaker, further, the bill proposes the establishment of the County Outdoor Advertising Committee responsible for the issuances of the advertising license and applications procedure with particular balances between need to safeguard the environment, amenity, and revenue allocation. I support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member for Lamu County, the women.
Asante Bi Speaker. Nimesimama kuunga mkono mswada huu na kupongeza kamati. Ama kwa hakika inakuwa vizuri kukiweko na sheria za utangazaji au matangazo barabarani. Ningeomba kamati wakati mwingine wakikaa pia wafikirie kama haya mazuri waliopanga sahihi, wakati mwingine pia wapange katika hizi vibodi vya barabarani za kutangaza, kusiwe na wale kina mama wanatumika saa nyingine kuonesha tu uchi. Saa nyingine yale matangazo inafanya wanawake wanaonekana pale kwa nguo fupi sana. So pia hilo saa nyingine waanze walifatilizie. Pia Lamu, upande wa Lamu, Lamu East, hatuna sehemu nyingi za kutangaza kwa sababu barabara ni moja, ile ya kutoka ambao ni yapate kisiwa cha Pate. Kuna pahali pazuri sana kwa kipandio, au naweza kusema pengine hawataelewa kipandio ni nini, bridge ambayo sahihi inatumika, bridge ya kutembelea binadamu kwa kutembea. Ile kipandio kilo kikiongezwa kidogo, lao serikali wataongeza kidogo, iwe itapita magari, basi pia pale kunaweza kutumika kuweka hizi mavibodi vingi vya kutangazia. Asante Bi Speaker.
Ilisanifu vibod. Very well. That is a member for Lamu. I have the member for Kabondo Kaspu. Member Honorable Obaraki.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I too stand to support the bill. Madam Speaker, I once worked in an environment where we faced so much frustration with the different agencies while working on our billboards and signages. Madam Speaker, I know that many of us, again, as politicians, have also faced a lot of frustration from our competitors with our posters during campaign times and with no clear direction on where we were supposed to take our complaints to. Madam Speaker, I am happy that this bill will now regulate the industry and that it has come at the right time, that for once we are now going to work and operate in a structured manner with the roles clearly spelled out. Madam Speaker, I want to again appreciate the committee for a job well done and again support. Thank you.
Very well, honourable members, there be no other member from my request lists wishing to speak to the same. I therefore call upon the mover to reply. The mover to reply. From my chief, I have no member request.
Honorable Madam Speaker, there is one member who is here who has requested. I think he doesn't have a card. Maybe I can donate 1 minute to him.
Yes, you can donate your minute
I
because
donate
the
1
motion,
minute,
the,
and then
was
I'll
procedurally
have 4 minutes.
done to the last part. Then, honorable member, the beneficiary of the 1 minute donation from the chair. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair, for donating that minute. Let me utilize it well. Madam Speaker, I support this bill. It excites me when it gives timelines upon which the outdoor advertising ought to be in place. Mr. Speaker, we've seen some people obstructing or actually denying others opportunities to advertise by fixing or putting billboards for over a year so that they can deny others a chance. And this has happened actually during elections when some people even put billboards for as long as 1 year. I've also seen some, I'm also supporting the issue of safety, that billboards ought to take care of the safety of the road users, including motorists. Madam Speaker, it would also be imperative and good if, like, there are many advertisements to be compounded into one major billboard, especially outdoor advertising, instead of each and every person placing a small board, which some obstruct others depending on the strength of the advertiser. Madam Speaker, I think it's the high time also the county governments also invested these monies, because there's a lot of money from these licenses, in very effective use and uses that can actually help the community.
Very well. Then we have the mover to reply. And your 1 minute has been consumed by...
Yes, Honorable Madam Speaker, I beg to reply. And Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank the members for the ICT committee for the work, tireless time that they put into this bill. I also want to thank all the members who have contributed this day on this particular bill. It's good to note, Honorable Speaker, that what Honorable T.J. Kachwang talked about on the Kenya actually in the bill, section clause 4 of the bill and clause 10. The bill says the county government, the CC in charge of advertising, will consult and get consent from Kenya. But it is important to report to this House, Honorable Speaker, that in the past there have been about 3 court cases on this particular clause, especially on the issue between county government and the Kenya. The Association of Advertisers are saying this is purely a county function. At the same time, we know also the roads are owned by Kenya. So there is some conflict, but the courts have already spoken on this, and the cases by Advertisers Association of Kenya went up to Supreme Court and they won. So during the committee of the whole House, we'll have to ventilate on how Kenya is coming in. But we can recommend that regulations are met so that Kenya and the counties can work together and come up, work together and agree on a ratio on the revenue. So we don't have any issue, we don't have any objection on that. Then secondly, Honorable Madam Speaker, is on harmonized regulations. It is important that we'll take note of what members have said, that it's not good to have bills, laws across the counties, but each of the counties can come up with their own regulations. In fact, what we have put in the bill, which is very important for the business community also, is what we call rate cut. We are saying each of the counties, they love to come up with rates on advertisement for each of the areas within the counties, so that the rates are harmonized. Sometimes you are charged maybe like 20,000 per square meter. Other counties will charge 100,000, others 5,000. So we are saying it will be good when they come with an harmonized rate so that it is uniform and the business community, when they are planning the issues, they know, instead of just an haphazard way of charging for licenses. Honorable Madam Speaker, I beg to reply and ask this House and thank this House for supporting, and if any member has any amendments during the committee of the whole House, we can discuss and see how we can support. Thank you.
Very well, the Honorable Kim Sang for the reply. Honorable members, not in a position to put the question to the County Outdoor Advertising Control Bill, Senate Bill number 19 of 2018, and so I do order that the question to the same way will be put as it will be put as loaded in our order paper next sitting. Next order.
Order number 10, the Refugees Bill, National Assembly Bill number 62 of 2019. Second reading.
Second reading. The Leader of Majority Party. Members, the Leader of Majority Party is in the consultation room. And I do order that order number 10 is stood down. Members, there has been no other business in our order paper today for this afternoon. And the time being 6:32 p.m., this House stands adjourned till Tuesday, 9th June 2020 at 10 a.m. I thank you all.